Welcome, everyone, to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name is Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I see Jimmy and Kat are in here already, which is good. And today, this one shocked me, but Brian Entin said he has news from Trump that Trump says there could be a suspect. The FBI or the DOJ has told him this, and this is extremely recent. This is more up to date than anything I had seen all day on Megyn Kelly's channel, Ashley Banfield's channel, Law and Crime Network's channel, Dr. Grande's channel, any of them. So this is up to date. And then Brian Entin has another short, which was literally posted 15 minutes ago, about a car being towed, I believe. So there's some cool stuff going on here. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully the Trump in the title doesn't scare people away. But how are you both this evening? We're going to wait for other people to flow in here too. So this is the first one. This is Brian Entin's news on Trump here. This is what Trump says.
All right, guys, some new information. This is actually coming from President Trump. He is on Air Force One, and he was asked about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Okay, I'm going to read you this. Trump said, "We have some clues that I think are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon." And the reporter said, "Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?" And Trump said, "No, I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be." And the reporter said, "A suspect?" And Trump said, "Yeah, could be definitive." So according to President Trump, something may be happening big behind the scenes, which would coincide with what we're seeing out here at the scene, because as I told you, they've moved everybody back. The FBI is back on the scene, and they're doing a whole big, what they called an investigation, and the FBI evidence collection team is there. And then at the same time, we found out about this second note related to Nancy Guthrie that was sent to a TV station in Tucson. So a lot going on, but really interesting to hear those new comments from President Trump. All right, guys, some new information. This is actually...
So they will play this again because I know people are streaming in here. I don't want them to miss this, considering this is the headline of the thumbnail here. So this is what Trump has said about the case.
Actually coming from President Trump. He is on Air Force One, and he was asked about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Okay, I'm going to read you this. Trump said, "We have some clues that I think are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon." And the reporter said, "Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?" And Trump said, "No, I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be." And the reporter said, "A suspect?" And Trump said, "Yeah, could be definitive." So according to President Trump,
So the DOJ and the FBI could have something definitive coming out soon. Could be a suspect. Is this Trump blowing smoke? I mean, because he has been known to do that occasionally as well, for sure. Or is this legit? And what he's going to also say in one of the videos here is the FBI came back. They closed down the whole entire street. They've backed off because initially what they did was they closed the crime scene of the home. And they said, nope, this is not a crime scene anymore. And then they changed their mind. Talk about indecisiveness there, right? And they said, actually, we got to put up the yellow tape. No more people in this home because we don't know what's going on. Helicopters have been searching the area. Dogs have been there too. Also to note, Megyn Kelly, she pulled my Silence of the Lambs line there too. She said that the siblings video there, they pulled that directly from the Silence of the Lambs, actually. And she played a thing back and forth where the senator in the Silence of the Lambs was talking to Buffalo Bill. And so uncanny there. But you heard that here first, right? You heard it here first, that the Silence of the Lambs comparison. So let's see the next one he has here.
So they just towed the car. So we have this shot. Mo got this shot. And you can see... Where's the tow truck? Is that?
That SUV's in
Point
front
to it
of
right there? Point to it?
That one right there.
Okay, you can see the SUV on it. So Mo had a closer look when it was there a second ago. And he says it's the same SUV that was in the garage. And you could tell that it was blue. Remember Mo got this shot with his drone. So anyway, I know it's blurry, but that's the tow truck leaving. This is the scene out here right now. Everybody got moved back and they closed the whole area off. I was showing you earlier, and FBI is still out there at Nancy Guthrie's house. We're all just kind of back here.
So the FBI, they kicked them all off the street. And this seems like a classic case of the FBI coming in and thinking, local law enforcement didn't really do the best job here. So they're going back over it with a fine-tooth comb and saying, you know what, sheriff, deputy, step aside here. The federal law enforcement's got this. So that's the impression I get. If Maureen gets wind of this, I bet you she would agree with it too. But that's my take so far.
Right, so they just towed the car. So we have this shot. Mo got this.
So this guy's YouTube is Brian Entin. We go over him a lot on the channel here. He's a very reliable person. I trust him more than anyone else in the true crime space. And as far as law enforcement officials or former law enforcement, Maureen, former FBI agent, she's awesome. I don't think she's ever steered us wrong ever. So if you want to make sure you get people that know their shit, you go to Brian Entin and you go to Maureen. That's for sure. Now, this is the video he just came out with. And this is another ransom note, by the way.
Can walk through here.
Hey guys.
So this video is about another ransom note that they got. And the ransom note that they got is from a PDF. So it's not a handwritten note or anything. And this is the most up to date. I don't know if they think this one's legit. I don't know if they think it's from the first person. And there's also been an arrest made here as well. That's also something to pay attention to. Hello there, George. Thank you, Livin. Songbits, welcome.
Thanks so much for checking out my show. Really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. There has been a ton of new activity and information coming out with the Nancy Guthrie case. I used to be way down there. That's where Nancy's house is. They've actually moved us back. They closed off the entire area and set up yet another crime scene at Nancy Guthrie's house. And there's a ton of FBI that just arrived. So I'm going to get into all of that in this episode. And then, of course, the big news, there is now a second note. A second ransom note has been sent to a local TV station here in Tucson. I'm going to give you the latest details on what is in that note. And then finally in this episode, something really interesting. I went out with a former Border Patrol agent, law enforcement, knows this area so.
So time out. So I'll go back to the short. This is where Trump said this. Brian Entin said this.
All right, guys, some new information. This is actually coming from President Trump. He is on Air Force One and he was asked about the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Okay, I'm going to read you this. Trump said, "We have some clues that I think are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon." And the reporter said, "Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?" And Trump said, "No, I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think."
So not a search, but a solution. And not a search in Mexico either. I was half thinking that might be where they go.
That will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be. And the reporter said, "A suspect?" And Trump said, "Yeah, could be definitive." So according to President Trump, something may be happening big behind the scenes, which would coincide with what we're seeing out here at the scene, because as I told you, they've moved everybody back. The FBI is back on the scene, and they're doing a whole big, what they called an investigation, and the FBI evidence collection team is there. And then at the same time, we found out about this second note related to Nancy Guthrie that was sent to a TV station in Tucson. So a lot going on, but really interesting to hear those new comments from President Trump.
So that's the breaking news from Trump. And this other video here is about the second ransom note that we're watching.
Can walk through.
This area so well, has lived here for 20 years, took me into the desert around Nancy's house just to show me what the terrain is like. And also, by the way, he has actually seen the first ransom note.
And again, as far as Trump's concerned, is it always possible he's talking out of his ass? Sure. Certainly wouldn't be the first time, but maybe not. You never know. You would like to be able to believe him in this case.
Is really well connected, and he's seen it, he's read it. There's a lot he obviously didn't want to disclose, but he gave me some new insight into that note. I'm going to get into all of it in this episode of Brian Entin Investigates. All right, guys. So again, as I was saying, there has been a lot going on here today. The biggest news, I think, is the fact that there is now a second note that has arrived. And we don't know a ton about it, but the FBI has confirmed that there's a second note. The sheriff's office has confirmed that there's a second note, and KOLD TV, which is a local.
And before this, I had thought there already was a second note, or maybe there was a copycat note, but maybe not. Maybe there was just the first note requesting millions of dollars in Bitcoin, and now there's this note.
TV affiliate here in Tucson confirms that they received the note. Their news director has said that it came in through like a form, like, you know, when you go to a website and you can fill out a form, and then it emails the company or the news agency. That's the way that it came in. And this is the new information about the second note. They say the IP address is not the same IP address as the initial note, but it appears the sender used the same type of secure server to hide their IP address. The new note contains something the senders seem to think will prove to investigators that there's the same people who sent the first note. So different IP address as the first note, but the same secure server was used to hide their IP address. And there's something in this second note that the senders think will prove to investigators that they're the same people who sent the first note. So the FBI has confirmed that they are looking into it. And remember, ultimately, it's going to be up to Savannah Guthrie and her family how to handle these things. And the FBI has made that clear. They're the ones who decide, the Guthries, how to respond to these notes if they want to pay the ransom. Remember, the first note had 2 deadlines. The first deadline was yesterday, so Thursday at 5 p.m. And then the second deadline is Monday. And I've been trying to understand why there could be 2 deadlines, and I still don't know the answer to that.
So other professionals I was listening to the other day, former FBI personnel, they were saying 2 deadlines makes no sense. And that's why they were thinking, no, this is not legit, because why would there ever be 2 deadlines? And I thought about it and I said, you know, maybe they're right about that. Why would there ever be 2 deadlines?
One theory that I've been thinking about and floating around with some of my FBI friends is, like, could it first deadline be for less money and the second deadline be for more money? That's a possibility. But I was over at Annie Guthrie's house earlier, and they basically said that people outside said they thought that Savannah Guthrie had actually left and Annie Guthrie had left that house and weren't there anymore, and the house was empty. So I don't know if they have found a new house where they're all staying right now, the Guthrie family. I'm not really sure. In terms of what's been happening here at Nancy Guthrie's house, it has been like totally insane over the last couple of hours. First of all, we were outside just in our spot that we always are, and the sheriff's deputies all came in and they said, everybody has got to get out right at this moment. All the media has to leave, which hasn't happened before. Of course, they did have that second crime scene they set up, but they didn't make the media leave. This time they said, we're closing off the entire area, the whole block, and everybody has to leave. And so we had to quickly pack up our stuff and go. I took a quick video when all this was happening. Take a look. So something interesting is happening outside.
So the FBI kicked them all out. They had to leave the street. So why would they do that? To me, it means they don't want people close to the scene, messing things up, contaminating things. It might be too late for that, honestly, but they want that house secure. And maybe they want the rest of the street secure so that if there was any clues left behind somehow, they're going to be able to find it. That would be my guess. But what do you think, chat?
At the house. So all of these sheriff's deputies showed up. And they are now, you see down there, they are closing off the road and they're making all the media leave this block. So we're not going to be able to be in front of the house anymore. They said this is for investigation reasons. And so we don't know what they're about to do with the house, but they don't want the media in front of the house anymore. So basically everybody out here has been told to pack up, and she's saying they need room for their investigators.
Oh, you bet.
We appreciate all you do for us. I'm sorry. Yeah, see those cones right there?
She said they need room for their investigators to do what they need to do. So something is about to happen out here from an investigative standpoint, and we're all going to have to move. But it's interesting. You know, they had the crime scene in the beginning. They took it down. They had another crime scene. They took it down. And now they are apparently going to be doing more out here. So we had to move everybody off of the road. And
So again, chat, why do you think they did that? There must be things they're looking for on the street or in the house, or they wouldn't do it. Or maybe they just want more space.
we had to leave. Everybody had to leave in a hurry. And as I was walking out, I looked and I could see that there were FBI vehicles arriving, dark tinted windows, evidence response vans. And then when we were able to get our drone up, we could see that there were a ton of FBI in front of the house. They set up their units in front of the house, and then they were also behind the house. And I actually saw a picture of them behind the house, looking in the woods behind the house. So it's just.
So he's Brian Entin. That's the page that we're watching right now. I'm Jared Mello, the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect and the Shepherd of Black Sheep. I talk a lot about true crime now. We go over these shows, current events, and I also use my knowledge about mental health, addiction, and narcissism to try to put pieces of the puzzle together. But remember to like the video if you're here, subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
Interesting. You think about they had the first crime scene here, and then they opened it back up. They had a second crime scene earlier this week where they put the crime scene tape up for 2 hours, opened it back up, and now here they are again. And the timing is interesting that they swarmed this area again, got everybody out.
Wow, craziness. Thank you very much for this, Jude. Super stickers and memberships and super chats are very appreciated. Thank you, Jude.
Brought the FBI in right around the same time that this second note arrived at KOLD at the TV station. So the timing is really interesting. I want to show you, though, I went out with Art Del Cueto. He is a former Border Patrol agent who lives in this area. I went out with him into the brush in the area close to Nancy Guthrie's house, just to get a feel for what it's like out there with the wildlife and with just the desert. I'm not from the desert, so I just wanted to get a feel. The other thing is he also has seen the first ransom note, so I wanted to ask what he knows about that. Here is when I went out with Art. I'm not from this area. I'm from Florida, so I don't know much about the desert.
Right.
Tell me.
Full body Brian Entin. We never see that.
We're right very close to where Nancy
Yes.
went missing from. Show me this, like.
So we're
what do people
extremely
need to
close. I want
know?
people to know that we're extremely close because I don't want them to come after you and say, "Oh, you wasn't even close."
No, we are close.
We're walking distance, right?
Yes, yes.
We're trying to avoid all the other media.
Yes.
So we're out here to show the reality because people don't understand how bad the terrain would be for someone to easily find a person or track somebody. With the United States Border Patrol, you're taught different tracking skills, and I think that's what helps. But this is the terrain where we're used to walking through and trafficking, trying to track traffickers, human smuggling and drug smuggling. But the way this is called the wash. A lot of people don't use that terminology, and as we walk through here. You'll see this is kind of like a trail where you know which way to walk in there. You're going to have some broken branches in this area.
Everything is like got thorns too, huh?
Everything's got thorns. And I think the difference is people hear desert landscape and they almost think that it's nothing but sand and you could see so this is basically the brush. And as you walk further in, these are called, this is the actual wash. These are the washes. We haven't walked too far, but if you go this way, and here I will show you, if it's dark out here, or even now, vehicles can go through this neighborhood and they're not going to see anybody in this area of the brush. Now, this is called the wash. When it rains,
So I guess he's saying this is where they could come up from. People could come from behind there. And then maybe there's a getaway car in the front, but people might sneak in from behind, maybe.
get water through here, of course, but they're dry most of the time. So you can walk through these areas and pull up behind some of these houses.
That's what I thought. Thank you very much for this, Shannon. I really appreciate you. $10 super sticker. I always love it. Thank you.
To drive into some of these areas.
There's some areas where you'd be able to drive. It'd be more difficult, but you could definitely drive maybe like a quad through here. I mean, there's a house right there, and as if we continue walking through here, I mean, you'll see there's a house there. You probably couldn't see it when we were in the brush, but you're going through all this area, and at night, somebody that would know the terrain can walk through here, and literally, you wouldn't know. Okay, and as we've walked, we're probably what 20 feet from the road, and from where we're standing, we can't see my truck anymore.
Well, and so there's a house there. There's a lot of space in between the houses. Everyone keeps asking me, "Oh, people have cameras, can't they see the cars going by?" But this shows like there's all this brush.
There's no way you would be able to see with some of these cameras. You would not be able to see the street.
Yeah,
I mean, here where we are at right now, people can be walking up and down that road, and they're not going to see us. Now imagine this at night, when it is completely dark and there's no street lights out here.
So again, if someone's doing this, they got to know the area. And what kinds of people would know the area? People that know the family, right? Who else would know?
There's absolutely no street lights. So that just adds to how difficult it is. And if you do have some type of ring camera and it's dark and you have this, you're really not going to get much out of a ring camera.
So what is the deal? I keep hearing about this ordinance where it has to be dark out here. What is that?
So there's an ordinance that they have in areas of Pima County and the city of Tucson against light pollution. And I think it was more to attract people that want to come and see the stars. There's the university here that has an astronomy program that also helps. However, I hate to Monday morning quarterback it, and I hate to tell other law enforcement how to do their job. But I've been in law enforcement for over 2 decades in the state of Arizona. If there is an ordinance in an area that you're working some type of crime, I find it really difficult to use an excuse of I didn't bring the lights out because there's a light pollution ordinance. I would have brought those lights out here, especially knowing the terrain. I would have brought the lights out here because it helps you find out what happened. If there's a criminal in the area, it's easier to find him. And above all, you're working against the clock. So if you're working against the clock, the quicker you get resources out here, the better.
So apparently he's saying that they didn't get lights out there because there was a ordinance. That's wild if that's what happened.
I would never not use lights out here based on a city ordinance, especially if a crime's been committed.
So did they not use lights because of that?
So that's the thing, yeah. So the sheriff came out, he did an interview, and he said that, there's this particular area, there's that ordinance on light pollution, so that's why they didn't bring some lights out here.
Wow.
What? Can you believe that they're going to not put lights out there when it could help them with a case because of the ordinance / pollution? It's like, dude, get your priorities straight, local law enforcement. What the hell's wrong with you?
Oh, that's kind of crazy.
That's what happens when you're dealing with a lot of red tape sometimes, and the bureaucracy of doing the police work and everything else that comes with it. But look, I think if I'm in a leadership position with an agency and something like this occurs, I'm bringing flood lights, and I'll deal with a lawsuit later.
Did you see the ransom note?
I have seen the ransom note. I have. I'm not going to get into specifics, and I don't want to get into specifics, specifically because from a law enforcement side, I understand why they're not releasing it, why they're not getting to specifics, and I understand the urgency. And I think this is important because I've seen the letter. I think there's an urgency where if it's legit, the captors, regardless of what's in the letter, in order to show that it's valid, they need to contact law enforcement. They need to contact the family somehow, because there needs to be specific questions that only the family would know in order to determine that they do have it, that it is valid, and that she is still alive.
And I don't want to ask you for specific.
And so again, but in anywhere about that note, did they say there's a proof of life? There's proof of life? No, we didn't hear that in any of these, right? So sometimes it's what they don't say that speaks the loudest, because you better believe if there was proof of life in one of these notes, that would have been the very first thing they say, but instead there wasn't. So what does that tell you?
Because I don't want to do anything to
right. That's
that's the last thing I would ever want to do. Like, what's the point in that? I don't want them to find Nancy. But I am curious, just based on your background, like, do you Did you find it to feel like legit?
I think it's legit enough, but more questions should be asked of them if they're the real captors in order to verify it 100%.
Okay. And since you're from here, I'm not from here, like I said, I don't know
Right.
anything about the sheriff, but just covering it this week, you know, he's had some mixed messaging. I don't know, there's been some weird moments. He's done a lot of interviews. What is his history? I mean, is he?
Well, he's been a sheriff for a long time, right? Obviously, I believe he lost one election and he came back and he won an election again. We're where we're at right now. You know, he's been in police work for a long time, but this is what I've always said, and I get criticized for it. There's a difference between having 1 year experience in law enforcement or having 20 years experience in law enforcement. And then there's guys that have 1 year experience 20 times in law enforcement. I don't want to criticize him and say he falls under that area, but when you have a crime of this nature and the world is watching us right now, and other resources are being brought in, the FBI is being brought in. I know Border Patrol has been out here and helped. I think when you see that, it's almost a skill set. You need to make sure you pick from the right skill set in order to get everything done.
So it sounds like he's calling out the sheriff here without actually saying it, because he's saying, I'm not saying he's the guy with 20 times 1 year experience versus the guy who actually has 20 years of experience that has learned off of each year. He's implying that, oh, maybe this guy is a guy that didn't really learn from his experience, and some of his actions are showing it. And honestly, the FBI's actions are kind of saying that too. They're saying, yeah, we don't think the local law enforcement did the best job here, so we're going to backtrack and we're going to try to start over here in a way and do what they didn't do.
At the end, it's law enforcement. We all are on the same team. We should be on the same team. And the ultimate goal is to find Nancy, bring her home safe. And at the same time, we need to find out if there's any individual out there that is the cause of this, bring him to justice and make sure that he faces true consequences.
You know all about Mexico Border Patrol. I mean, we're what, 60 miles away?
We're very, very, very close to the border. Where maybe I can get you there in just a little bit over an hour. That's also concerned, obviously, because it's been said that she doesn't have medication. But because our proximity to the border, we don't know if somebody is involved, if they would have been able to get the medication from Mexico as well.
Or brought her in, could they bring her into Mexico?
Or bring her into Mexico, or even, you know, I'll be honest.
Are there ways to do that though, without being seen?
So there's areas, obviously, that are porous still within the border. Our border is more secure than it's ever been. We've all heard that, and it is true. But in Arizona, there's still porous areas where you could possibly head south, especially at nighttime. It'd be hard because you're driving through a lot of the city. That's another complex part of Tucson, is you have one major highway, which is I-10. And we're pretty far from I-10, so you'd have to drive across the city to get to that freeway, and then you'd have to get to the separate one further south to head into.
So let's break down the timeline again, though. So we imagine around 2 a.m. is when she was leaving. They took her at that point, and nothing really happened until around noon, because people didn't know anything was up until they noticed she wasn't at church. And they're saying, well, she was at remote church. And you can still tell if someone's not at remote church, right? You might say, oh yeah, she's not online. Where is she? So that's what happened with that. But that's 8 or 9 hours. That's 8 or 9 hours of getaway time. I mean, where could you be? You could be anywhere in 8 or 9 hours. And is she alive in that 8 or 9 hours? Is she not? We don't know.
Mexico, unless you went off road, which this is what you'd be going through.
So I guess if she was in Mexico, they could get her the medicine she needs to stay alive pretty easily.
Honestly, if she was here, because of how close we are to Mexico, there's areas where you can purchase medicine in the United States. Even some businesses will sell it, albeit under the table, and they won't let you know that they're selling it. But there's areas where they could probably purchase it within Tucson itself.
I guess even though it's sad to think of her, if she was abducted, that's kind of a good thing in a way. I mean, if she could get the medicine.
It is. If she could get the medicine, that's a big thing. That's why it's very important that regardless of what's in that letter, the family needs those abductors, if it's legit, to communicate so they can make sure it's legitimate.
And that's an interesting theory, right? Where, okay, she didn't bring the medicine, but maybe if they bolted to Mexico and somehow they got her in Mexico too, where would they do that? Would she be like in a trunk or something. I just don't know. But maybe they got her the medicine she would need in Mexico. Maybe. I don't know if this is too far fetched, but what do you think?
And just because you're so in the know, I mean, is there a lot, and you saw the letter, so you obviously have good connections. Is there a lot we don't know? I mean, because I keep thinking, is this letter and this whole ransom part of it just one possibility? Are there other possibilities they're looking into?
No, it's you got to find the validity. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that they need to make sure that it's a valid letter. The ultimate goal is to bring Nancy home safe.
Okay. And you live in this area, right?
I live pretty near.
There's been all sorts of talk about a white van, and I saw another neighbor telling me, oh, there's people around that like try to clean windows and seem shady. I mean, what is this neighborhood like? Have you seen shit?
Look,
People aren't going to mess with you.
No, I mean, honestly, the neighborhood, it's a good neighborhood. Before I worked for the Border Patrol, I worked many years in a maximum security prison, and I would talk to the inmates, and I would find out what neighborhoods they lived in, right, just to see. And they would always say the same thing: we're not going to steal in the good neighborhood. We're not going to steal in the bad neighborhoods. We're not going to steal in our own neighborhoods. We're going to go to the good neighborhoods. So I think that is, I think, an eye opener for a lot of individuals, that it doesn't matter what neighborhood you live in. Crime can find you, and there's evil out there that doesn't really care whether you're right wing or left wing. They just care to monopolize themselves. This is a prime example. It's a good neighborhood. People come out here because it's a good neighborhood. The houses out here are higher priced than other areas in Tucson, but here we are.
Have you had any problems?
I've never had problems.
No? Okay, that's good. Anything else that you think? I just feel like everybody's watching this story around the country. My friends who I haven't talked to in years are suddenly calling me, oh, what's the scoop? You know, I mean, it's got that sort of interest. Everybody feels terrible for Nancy, and people don't know that. I mean, you have the insight. Like, what else do you think people need to understand?
Look, I think they need to understand the area. That's a big deal. People need to understand that. Like, I came out here the first day after it had happened. I walked through all these desert areas. Like I said, there's a big wash on the other side, and I looked at different things. I would look at the vegetation. I would look at the rocks. You know, if rocks are disturbed, you know, something like that, you'd know somebody may have walked through there. So there's different areas. You look at different footprints. You look at this. You know, if somebody brushes up against it, it might tear some of the fabric.
And that's what we learned in Last of the Mohicans. If you ever seen that movie, when the Huron, they take the English, the gray hair's daughters, that's what they do to make sure that Daniel Day-Lewis's character can find them. She's captured, but she's brushing up against bushes and things, so the old school Mohicans can find her.
There's so much things that go into it to make sure what could have happened. It goes beyond, hey, check the ring cameras. Hey, ask the neighbors. There's all this that it makes it just so much more difficult to find the answers.
Were you surprised that they cleared the crime scene so quickly?
I was extremely surprised because they were there. Maybe they have collected everything. I'm not sure. Obviously, the FBI came back and they taped it up. So I don't know if the FBI said, hey, we want to have a look, or the FBI said, hey, there's something else that maybe we need to pull out of there. But I am surprised that that they, you know, stopped and they removed the tape so soon. I'm surprised that there wasn't more lighting brought out here. You know, there's just certain things that you just got to not worry about. And I think any ordinance, push that aside.
That's crazy.
What's important is to try to find the human.
And just lastly,
and yes, we mentioned Brian's name constantly on the channel. Only someone who's new would say that.
Border Patrol still helping?
I'm not sure if the Border Patrol's helping. I haven't been in contact with them recently.
Because they were helping.
I know they were out here. Yeah, they were out here with searching in this area. I know they had Borstar and they had some of their canines. And that's kind of like, I came out here the first day. I find out Borstar was here. I find out canines was here. If Borstar and Border Patrol canines are out here and they haven't been able to find anything, I would doubt that there's anything out here to find at this point. Because, like, aside from me having worked with Border Patrol, I can tell you that when it comes to tracking, when it comes to finding individuals in this type of environment, they're the #1 in the world.
Someone told me that their canines are the best.
They are the best
for tracking.
For tracking, you know, drugs, for tracking humans. Because a lot of people think, oh, well, they're trafficking drugs. No, they track There's various different areas that they're trained in, and finding somebody that would have been lost in the desert is one of them, and obviously finding somebody that has been.
I don't think she's in the desert. I think more than likely they took her in a car somewhere, and then who knows where they could be from there. I mean, it's worth a shot to do their due diligence around the house, right? Look for footprints, have dogs out there, smell them, let them smell the clothes, see if they discover anything. But outside of that, I wouldn't think so. I would think they went in a car somewhere.
Been taken hostage.
Yeah. Anything else you think is
That's all I got.
important? Thank you, Art.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you, sir. As always, I really appreciate everyone who takes the time to talk to me, especially Art, for taking me out into the desert. And I'm going to continue to stay on top of this. Again, it feels like things are really developing right now. First of all, the second ransom note that has now arrived, and whether it's legitimate, and we're going to be waiting to get more information on that, which again, I'm just going to read you again what KOLD is saying. So the second ransom note went to KOLD TV, and they are saying the IP address is not the same IP address as the initial note, but it appears the sender used the same type of secure server to hide their IP address. The new note contains something the senders seem to think will prove to investigators they're the same people who sent the first note. So that's what we know about this second note so far. Going to try to gather more, and I'll obviously have it for you as soon as I get it. And then also trying to figure out what's going on now here, why all of a sudden they've set up a crime scene again at Nancy Guthrie's house, which again seemed really sudden. I mean, they came in and they said everybody had to get out, and then the FBI came in and did their thing. So they're still here right now. Sorry if I'm licking my lips a lot. My lips are so chapped. I don't know if it's like a desert thing. I'm not used to the, it's just so dry, but it's, yeah, it's been a long couple of days. Appreciate you guys for watching. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, and I'll keep on top of everything. All
right, so this is Brian Entin's channel. I can't give him any higher ringing endorsements. I talk about him all the time. I also really appreciate his chats with Maureen, the former FBI agent. To me, that's the A-team. It's the A-team of true crime, Brian Entin and Maureen. Now, I apologize in advance, but as I said yesterday, we'll follow Brian Entin into hell. And sometimes that means following him and Ashley Banfield into Megyn Kelly's channel, which I know people don't like her, but it's just a matter of, well, she's talking about the relevant things.
The ransom note, the authorities confirmed yesterday that it was the same note sent to all three media outlets, TMZ and two Tucson local television stations. That was a question Jim had been asking from the beginning. We're told by the FBI, same note, three different recipients. And now Harvey Levin is offering new details of what was in the letter. Here's a little of what he told Aaron Burnett last night, SOT 5.
The Monday deadline is far more consequential. I will say this, that they do mention an Apple Watch, as the FBI said, and they do mention the floodlight, the damaged floodlight. There is something else, and it is the placement of the Apple Watch, which has not come out. And if that placement is accurate, I'm sure that is something that puts this letter on the FBI's radar. They went to great lengths in sending this email to us.
And of course, this is Harvey from TMZ, Harvey Levin.
In making sure that it stays anonymous. I don't know that the FBI is at all close to figuring out where it came from. They began the letter, I don't think I'm giving anything away here. They began the letter by saying that that Nancy is okay, but scared. So they say she is okay, and also that she's aware of the letter and the demands.
That Nancy Guthrie herself is aware of it.
Yes.
And so again here, imagine you're the people that abducted her. It's like, do you really think you're going to get away with this? Are you going to get your millions of dollars of Bitcoin, return her alive, and go off into the sunset? Really? Really? I mean, again, maybe I'm trying to be too rational, but I think to me, there's got to be the fiscal motive here. And the only possible way it could even think about ending in their favor is they return her alive, and then they can disperse the money through whatever to different accounts using maybe privacy coins like Monero, etc. And maybe they are masked so Nancy Guthrie can't even say who abducted her. Maybe. But I mean, that's a stretch, let me tell you.
So that's very interesting, the part about the watch, guys, because one of the questions at the presser yesterday was, okay, you know, you're saying in this note, they referenced the Apple Watch and something about the
So the first ransom note wanted millions of dollars of Bitcoin. That's what they wanted for the return of Nancy. But the first thing to do would be to make sure there's proof of life. And as far as we know, in either of these ransom notes, there is no proof of life. So as long as there's no proof of life, you wouldn't even dream of sending them what they want. So that's number one. But that's what they wanted. And they gave 2 deadlines. One ended yesterday. The other one's Monday.
floodlights on her home. Well, you can see the floodlights on her home from outside. Like there are pictures right now on Fox News Digital showing them. You know, it's not like a big news thing. And the reports about her Apple Watch hit, I think, on Monday, like right after this story first became national news. So, and the ransom notes, as far as we know, did not go to the media outlets until we believe Tuesday. So the question was asked to the FBI, like, you know, why do we believe these are real as opposed to somebody who just heard information in the news and then try to capitalize on this family's pain? And the FBI director seemed like he didn't say, oh, no, there's other stuff in the note. He was like, yeah, that's one of the things we're considering. But now you have Harvey Levin saying, no, there was something specifically about the placement of the Apple Watch, which he suggested only the kidnapper could know if the placement of the watch, as described in this note, were correct. You know, if the person, maybe they said she had it right on her bedside table next to a picture of the one grand.
And this is interesting, right? So if that ransom note had information that only someone who knows the situation could know, does that mean it's legit? Or does it mean that the family just already knew that anyway? The people who did this already knew, so it could make the ransom note appear more legit? I don't know. But what do you think, chat? Legit ransom note, number one. Hit number one if you think it's a legit ransom note. Number two, you think it's just a distraction, diversion, and ridiculous.
Child and a notepad. You know, maybe it was something that truly only the kidnapper could know. So that's one of the reasons why he's taking it very specifically or very, very seriously. There's one other thing. There's 2 other things I want to play, but let's just start there. What do you make of Harvey's take on the specifics of the note?
I'd like to know if that note is, how similar is it to the one that the guy got arrested for? So that first and foremost.
So it looks like my chat here, the flock of black sheep, is overwhelmingly thinking that ransom note's bogus and a distraction. So not legit.
Is kind of sparking my interest because I need to totally rule that guy out for everything else, which law enforcement may have done that already. But the specifics.
They're saying they're not related.
Okay. I mean, look, I think the FBI is doing what they should be doing first and foremost, which is taking it seriously. It doesn't mean it's real. It means they're taking it seriously because they don't know if it's not real. And so, you know, how much do people vary in where they put their watches? Or did they put the watch in a certain place and then mention that? You know, I don't know that. And so I think speculating on the reality or the realism of these notes, even though they sound very compelling, it may not be anything, or it may be, again, Megyn, 41 minutes in a home before you abduct somebody. It just may be the fact that people who were in there know her and know that house, and they're using this as a ruse, and they can say these specific things because they were in there for that long, whether they meant to hurt her or not, or wake her up or not.
Wait, are you suggesting like if they took her life and now they're just play acting that there's a kidnapping underway?
It very well could be. I mean, that would not be the first time that has happened. And it would not be the first time that people have gone into if it was a sexual assault, as we were talking about earlier, I doubt that that individual that would go into the house and do a sexual assault of that nature of an elderly woman is going to go down the road of this ruse. So those wouldn't be probably connected.
So Danny Troyer, that was his specialty, SAing the elderly. But what could be the motivation for doing a bogus ransom? Well, maybe it gives you hope that she's still alive. And if she's not alive, you've got more time now to cover your tracks and dispose, to not sound too, what's the word, crude here, but dispose of a body, perhaps. That could be a possible motive for giving a ruse of a ransom.
But a family member, we have seen in the past where they have tried to send the police down another road, either blaming somebody or some type of ruse. So I could see that occurring, especially if the death was not intentional.
Let me get to two other sound bites from Harvey describing what's in the note. Here's SOT 6A to Hannity.
I don't know, but the way it's written, they say this is it. It's the only communication, and the police aren't going to be able to help you. They're that bold saying that. There is a phrase in this email that absolutely makes me believe this person who wrote this, and if they're telling the truth, that Nancy is within a radius of the Tucson area, not in Tucson right now, but in a radius. It could be New Mexico. I don't know how far, but I think at least what the authorities have is they've got a radius, and that's something.
There's a little bit more on her allegedly being in the two.
So, Rose, yesterday they had said Ann's car was impounded. Ann is Nancy's other daughter, Savannah's sister. That's what they said the other day. I'm not sure if any other cars were towed / impounded, but that's what they said. Ann's car was.
Tucson area where he spoke with Aaron Burnett, SOT 6.
My sense is whoever sent this letter is based in the Tucson area. And I say that because of a reference made in the letter, a sentence in the letter. It feels to me, reading it, that this is Tucson based. And I think that's a fair analysis based on, my discussions today in the office and just reading this letter. So this doesn't feel like this is somebody out of state or out of the country who hatched this plan. It feels more localized.
And then today on his show, he expanded even further.
We're at 647 here. I'm going to show the car that was towed that Brian Entin reported on because people in the chat are asking for it. So this is it.
Right, so they just towed the car. So we have this shot. Mo got this shot. And you can see...
Maureen?
Where's the tow truck? Is that?
That SUV's in
Point
front
to
of
it right there. Point to it.
That one right there.
Okay, you can see the SUV on it. So Mo had a closer look when it was there a second ago. And he says it's the same SUV that was in the garage. And you could tell that it was...
Okay, so that's Nancy's SUV from the garage. And we went over this before, actually. I just forgot.
Remember Mo got this shot with his drone. So anyway, I know it's blurry, but that's the tow truck leaving.
So this is different than Ann's car being impounded. This is Nancy's car getting towed. Now, why would they do that, though? From her garage? Why would they do that? I don't know. Why do you think they would do that, chat?
This is the scene out here right now. Everybody got moved back and they closed the whole area off. I was showing you earlier, and FBI is still out there at Nancy Guthrie's house. We're all just kind of back here.
Look at how dark it is there in the night. No city lights illuminating the sky at all. So imagine what you can do with that kind of cover. Oh my God, you can do a lot.
Right, so they just towed the car.
All right, so what happened was they towed Nancy's car.
down another road, either blaming somebody or some type of ruse. So I could see that occurring, especially if the death was not intentional.
Let me get to
Whoever sent this letter is based in the Tucson area. And I say that because of a reference made in the letter, a sentence in the letter. It feels to me, reading it, that this is Tucson based. And I think that's a fair analysis based on, you know, my discussions today in the office and just reading this letter. So this doesn't feel like this is somebody out of state or out of the country who hatched this plan. It feels more localized.
And then today on his show, he expanded even further, saying why he believes she might be held in the Tucson area if this note's real. Quote, there is a demand of millions in Bitcoin for Nancy's safe return, and there is a time frame for how long it would take Nancy to be returned to Tucson after getting the money. Now, I disagree with Harvey. That does not mean that this person is not overseas. He could be overseas, and this whole thing is a fraud. He's trying to take advantage of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. He could absolutely be sitting someplace in India doing this whole thing. Harvey's suggesting if it's real, then the person's got her near Tucson, because obviously he's suggesting, Chad, that they could have her back very quickly once they get their millions.
Yeah, and I think what it really boils down to, I mean, if we're just using common sense here, it's not like they took her to an airport.
So the chat's telling me that Brian Entin has said that the deputies are at Ann's house. Where is he saying this? I didn't see him post it in a short or a video. Did he post it on X? So tell me, chat, where he's saying that.
Or even an FBO and got her on a private plane, right? You got to have an ID, unless you got some, you know, janky airfield behind your house in the middle of the desert and threw her on some prop plane. Probably very highly unlikely. So we can probably eliminate that aspect. So where is she? Does this mean she's right in that immediate area? I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that you would risk getting in a car and driving states away with
Seriously, the post. Brian Entin, 10 minutes ago. 3 deputies just arrived at Annie Guthrie's house. So what does that lead you to believe? Her husband's involved. She's involved. Oh my goodness, I didn't think of this. To give a death notification. Oh my goodness. That could be what it is too. But let's see. Let's not jump to conclusions.
Her in the vehicle, risking getting pulled over, risking getting in an accident, anything like that. I call bullshit.
That's a good point. I mean, how seriously should we take these notes, Jim?
All right, let's break it down. In the cases that I've worked over the years with some similarity to this one, or certainly I'm familiar with, we'll just focus on the note now. It's either a hoax or it's real. And I'm sure investigators are looking at both possibilities there. If it's a hoax.
Oh my God. Reading Brian Entin's comment section might be more relevant. So one person says, oh my God. Brian, I swear to God, if she was in the trunk of her own car that entire time, ... Ugh. Maybe they're just there to update them on stuff. Please, God, don't let it be the family member. Will you be going live anytime soon? But they wouldn't show up with just 3 deputies to arrest him. Interesting. Now, we'll see. You'll stay posted. This is the up-to-date place where you can get all of this in real time. We are live here, after all.
It could be for 3 separate reasons. Just an opportunist saying, hey, I'm going to make some quick money off this, like you just described. They're in India, Eastern Europe somewhere. They have nothing to do with the case. If it's, it could be harassment. Just someone, could be some college kids having fun with this. Hey, I know how to, put these emails together. I watched, Criminal Minds back in the day, and they put something together. Or, and this brings us back now to what is the reason for the abduction? For profit, or is it for a revenge taking of this woman and possibly doing bad things to her? And they put this out, as I described yesterday, a POMIC, post-offense manipulation of investigation communication. Lots of syllables. I coined that term because I was seeing these things happening in other cases I worked over the years. certainly back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And it's a whole sort of separate set of letters that people were putting together. So is someone sophisticated enough who took Mrs. Guthrie, then put her somewhere, not still alive and not alive, and said, hey, I'm going to become a suspect. I better put this fake email out to 2 news stations and TMZ. Why TMZ? I'm not sure, but that's probably what the person watches. And that's a clue, too, about who this person is. So, so the investigators have to handle this as being real. I've never said they shouldn't, but they also have to consider other options here.
International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency. There is a never-ending list of reasons that gold has risen over 700% in the last 20 years. And a never-ending list of...
Gotta love Megyn Kelly's upselling. Now, does Jennifer Coffendoffer, does she have her own channel? She does, but... No. Nope. So bear with me here. Sorry about this. We're just trying to make sure we get the most...
I'm Megyn Kelly. Welcome to the Megyn Kelly Show.
We're just trying to make sure we get the most up-to-date information here.
This part in particular is coming back to surface, and we'll explain why, and pay particularly close attention to the ending. Watch.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayer.
So this is the message. So Nancy Guthrie's in the middle, her brother's on the right, Anne is on the left. She's the one who is the wife of the son-in-law, husband that Ashley Banfield reported is a suspect. And her law enforcement source is the one who said that. And here they are. They're going to be talking to whoever abducted her. And they're going to make sure they say her name, Mother and Nancy. That humanizes them to make it less likely that they harm her.
For our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them. And we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
Talk to her and you'll see.
So if you're curious about the thumbnail, Brian Entin reported that Trump said on Air Force One that the DOJ and the FBI has said to him there could be a suspect in the case. That's what Trump said on board of Air Force One. So I'm not vouching for that, but that's what Trump said.
It's kind of an interesting phrase. And notice how Savannah's sister Annie seems to take a deep breath at that very moment. It sounds like a phrase we might have heard before, and online sleuths confirm indeed we probably have. They discovered that line is from the 1991 horror crime film Silence of the Lambs.
And you heard it here first, I'm telling you. When we first played that, I said that to the chat, and there's records. You can check the records on that. Although I said it just reminded me because of her use of the name and mother to humanize her. But it turns out they used the exact same language too.
Before we play the clip, let me tell you what the movie's about. Most of you know, but some of our audience is younger and may not. The main character, Clarice Starling, is played by Jodie Foster. Starling is investigating the kidnapping of Catherine Martin, the 25-year-old daughter of the fictional Senator Ruth Martin. Catherine, the daughter, has been kidnapped by Buffalo Bill, a serial killer who skins his female victims. In the scene where the phrase "talk to her and you'll see" is used, it's the kidnapping victim's mother Senator Ruth Martin sending a message to her daughter's captor. Watch.
So we're not going to play this because I don't want to get flagged for this.
Force can have legal consequences.
But they used the same line. Savannah Guthrie used the same line. It's the same thing that the woman in Silence of the Lambs did. And it could just be that's what the FBI tells people to do. In a ransom situation, you talk like this to make it the most likely you get a favorable outcome. That's probably what it is.
According to FBI data, 99.9% of all incidental, or it might not be. It could be something the FBI suggested, something much in the way, if you ever watched that movie Contagion during the pandemic, starring Matt Damon, it had what the CDC would do in the case of a pandemic so exact. You knew that there was definitely a playbook from which the CDC had behaved and that they had shared that playbook with the filmmakers in this movie that was made long before the COVID pandemic. And it did make me wonder whether in preparing Silence of the Lambs, the filmmakers consulted with an FBI hostage negotiator, that kind of person, who gave them the kind of messaging that they would typically give the family members of a kidnapped victim. And it made its way into the script. And it may have made its way into Savannah's script too, in quite the similar manner.
Very astute, because in fact, Jonathan Demme, who created Silence of the Lambs, did confer with the FBI, did have multiple investigators with the FBI and agents with the FBI actually consult on the movie. John Douglas, one of the most famous profilers, worked on Silence of the Lambs. So it's entirely possible that there is an age-old playbook with all sorts of options and suggestions for agents to use when trying to make communications like this. And we were told by the FBI that they were working in concert with the Guthrie family, as they should be, to help guide them through this extraordinary process. They were very careful also to say that in the end, all script.
It's not that they were using a movie line. It's just more that the people who made the movie Silence of the Lamb, they were in contact with the FBI because the whole movie's about FBI agents trying to catch Buffalo Bill and using Hannibal Lecter's help to do it. So they probably just used the FBI's go-to language in a hostage/ransom situation. So it's not that they were quoting the movie. It's just now the movie correctly said what you're supposed to do when you're talking to someone that kidnapped someone or abducted them.
Is up to the final decision of the family, who's going to read it, which is obvious. But the guidance was clearly annotated yesterday when they said that they were there. We saw them go in with the ring light and the Apple tripod, the iPhone tripod, to help set up the actual shoot for them as well. So it's maybe not that surprising that perhaps pieces of an FBI playbook were used, maybe unknowingly to the agents today, that had been used, decades ago in the creation of Silence of the Lambs.
It does make you wonder what else in the messaging that.
Okay, chat. So I found that as a request, well, actually, thank you very much for this, Carol. I appreciate you. Super chats and stickers and memberships are very appreciated. Thank you again. But would you like to continue watching this or go to the body language guy? The body language guy breaks down Savannah, Nancy, and the brother. Thank you, Jude. Looking forward to more excellent shows in the future, Jared. You got it, Jude. And Jude, weren't you the one that wanted me to go over the body language stuff? So we can do that. We can do that. So we are at 9:57 of this. What the heck is it?
If you like podcasts like Spotify or Apple Podcasts or that format, you can find my show there as well. We got a packed show today. My voice is in a better shape thanks to this magical tea that some of you reached out to me and told me not to drink it hot, but at room temperature. And that's what I'm doing right now. So rest assured, right now I'm with my magical voice tea. It's working nice. Outlets. At least one of the notes contained information that was concerning because it described specific aspects of the residence and Nancy's clothing, details that typically only someone involved in the abduction would know. They demanded for a substantial amount of Bitcoin, all right? And
so the body language guy, Jesus here, he's going to break down the body language of Savannah, Anne, and the brother. The brother's name escapes me.
The notes allegedly included a deadline for payment and a threat of harm if the demands were not met. But none of this has been confirmed. None of this has been confirmed, and we have the video. It's time to analyze the video. Just gonna make a quick pause before analyze this. Because, well, some of you are arguing that this is a distraction from the Epstein files. It's well, not in my channel. Not in my channel. I have been covering the Epstein files every day.
So the brother's name is Cameron, and apparently he used to be a fighter pilot.
In detail, and making sure that we get the story straight about this. Making sure that we get the story straight about Epstein, and in this case, well, let's take a look at this. I have not watched this video, by the way. Okay. Time to begin. So, Savannah Guthrie just posted this video on Instagram, basically addressing whoever took away her mother. I have to tell you that I have not watched this video. This is the kind of stuff that I like to, do a blind run with you. Okay, just add the video to my software here. I don't watch it because I want to react it with you. Maybe you can help me in the live chat as well. One thing that people have pointed out and included in the thumbnail of this show is the Annie Guthrie, the eldest daughter, is smiling right before Savannah Guthrie talks. This is right at the beginning of the video. You see that she has this face, and then she changes her face immediately. Okay. Okay, that was odd. Okay, but besides that, let's.
Does that look like a smirk to you? Or is it just the angle? It almost looks like a smirk to me. Savannah here definitely looks sad. Brother, not happy, but stoic.
Watch this in one pass. Let's see what they have to say, and be sure to put some kind of okay, more brightness for me, and let's play this.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal.
And not to interrupt, but it's got to be awkward considering I think Ashley Banfield even reported that Anne's husband is a suspect before they made this video, I think. So doesn't that make for an awkward setting here?
Fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She is funny, and spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives.
Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain.
Okay, I have to say that I didn't know that the sister was going to speak as well or read as well. And yeah, the way that she reads is
It's almost like she's trying to like LARP. But again, as someone said in the chat, LARP stands for live action role playing. But we don't know. We don't know her mental health. We don't know medication. I mean, is it possible someone drinks some drinks because they're stressed or pops a Xanax or something? I mean, we don't know.
basically not what I expected at all. But that's my first impression.
And grief. We are always going to be merely human. Just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you. Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media.
We too have heard the reports of a ransom letter in the media. Right? So the letter is legit or not?
We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us.
So they haven't reached out to them. So the ransom notes are bogus then, is what I understand. Am I missing something?
Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment.
So my personal thoughts are, like, I'm a professional face reader. Her, Anne, it sounds like she's not as impacted as Savannah. Like, Savannah seems to be feeling genuinely devastated. That's what comes through. Like, I don't think there's no acting here. I think she's being very authentic and genuine. The brother, more stoic. The brother does actually say something in a separate video. And I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
And we pray without ceasing. And we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom.
Okay, as some of you...
So her I love you moms from Anne, half-hearted, really. And again, is there maybe a mental health thing going on? Is there drinking or a Xanax? I mean, would it be beyond the realm of possibility? Oh, your mother was abducted, Papa Xanax, Klonopin? Not impossible, but I'm not saying that definitely happened either.
You're mentioning in the comments, like, it is your mom. It is about making the victim human to the abductor. You have a point. Some have said this, that this kind of videos are made. Before I give you my impression, I'm going to comment on this. This kind of videos are made to, yeah, for the abductor to realize that, oh, he kidnapped a human being, that a grandma that has a grandchildren, and she is fierce and strong. I don't know if I'm being too cynical here, but don't you think that somebody who literally kidnaps 84-old lady in the middle of the night from her house, and there's blood and stuff, you think that they're going to maybe change their mind if you have a recording on Instagram saying how great is she?
I mean, Jesus, if you saw Silence of the Lambs, you would know it's a possibility, right? And again, is it a sure thing that it actually prevents something terrible from happening? Absolutely not. But if you're in this position, why not try? You're not going to leave any stone unturned. If a message has even a 0.1% chance of helping, you do it, because why not?
No, I have real doubts about how efficient can that be. Now this is the thing that I didn't know. Again, I told you I haven't seen this video. I'm seeing it with you for the first time. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. She says so. The ransom letters are not legit. And we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. So I don't know. Are they implying that somebody sent a recording or anything? We want to hear from you, and we are.
Just so you know, I'm not being cynical from nowhere here. Part of what I'm thinking about is Ashley Banfield's reporting, where they're saying her husband is a suspect. Granted, the sheriff denies that vehemently, but is Ashley Banfield wrong? I mean, I've seen several people say they've been following Ashley Banfield since the O.J. Simpson case, and she's never been wrong. And again, if she is wrong, she's making her source in law enforcement look pretty foolish right now as well, blasting it like this. But that's going into my thoughts here. I mean, again, you never know. Maybe this is totally just grief on her. Maybe her husband acted alone if he did do something. We don't know. So some caution is always preferred.
Ready to listen.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen.
So at some points they're addressing Nancy directly, but at this point she's addressing the abductors, whoever they are, and say we are ready to listen. So they need a kind of a proof of life that Nancy is alive. From the first thing that comes to my mind is they spoke for how long is this? How long is this video? Let me just measure this. How long is that? It's less than 4 minutes. My question is that many of you are asking on the live chat, what was the need to read this? What was the read to?
I already said the answer to this. The answer to this is, if you've watched Silence of the Lambs, you want to talk like this just in the off chance it could actually prevent them from doing something. Again, is it a majority? Oh, yes, you do this, it's definitely going to be, she's safe. They're not going to harm her after they watch this. No, that's not how it works. But if anything can help, why wouldn't they? That's the point.
To read this, because this is something that you know what it's going to say. You're going to describe somebody who has been with you literally your whole life, and you're going to just mention a couple of things that are part of the investigation, and that you're ready to, and you're saying that we want to make it clear about, I don't know, if law enforcement redacted this and told them to read these papers, well, it's it's a very, very bad look. I am sad to say that. I know that it's not the right moment to talk about optics, but this doesn't look good, especially the way Savannah looks like she is sitting, like leaning forward. Okay, her brother looks way more.
Okay, so here's the body language breakdown. So she's saying Savannah is leaning forward. Let's see what he says that means.
Stoic, but let's say that her sister is like I don't know.
He's trying to go off the cuff here, so
say that disengage. It could be about, I don't know, it could be trauma, it could be that she's trying to process what is going on, but I see Savannah's attitude with this. Even if they are reading, I think that I would have told them to just speak freely for 4 minutes and maybe, I don't know, do more than one take if you don't feel bad. Why? Because precisely the point is, let's see the point. The point is making the victim, in this case, Nancy, human, so the abductors can connect with her. Oh, right, we made a mistake. You're aiming for something that is like 1 in a million shot. Okay, I can understand that. But precisely, if you want to portray your mother as human, maybe reading from a piece of paper, something that is so stale, and especially the way that her sister spoke this, completely destroys that intention.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think the whole point was to say her name, Nancy, which they did, but they also consistently said mother, mom. They want to humanize her. That was the point.
Sounds forced and even unnecessary. I mean, this simply doesn't help. That is, again, my opinion. You could say that it is too early, but it is not too early. This is 5 days after Nancy was abducted. And again, when I was surprised when I heard her sister talking or reading, because I don't know.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain.
I mean, yeah, you could have said exactly the same, not reading out a paper. Made the exact same video. Just speak about your mother. Just talk about your mother. Should be really easy. But make it as you want to portray your mother as authentic, as unique. You don't read from a paper. That is simply not a good thing. Again, it would have been much more authentic. Maybe even the sister would have been more spontaneous. I guess that I don't know why the brother decided not to speak. Maybe he was not comfortable reading from a piece of paper.
So someone in the chat said someone zoomed in on Annie's face during this, and it said she was batting her eyes or blinking a lot. Blinking a lot can mean many things. I think people with autism can struggle with that. Could be maybe nervousness, could be lack of dopamine, I think is another one of the symptoms. But it's not a definitive thing.
I found that a bit odd. But he decided not to participate in this. But it is still tragic. We're 5 days into this. I don't know. There are other things that people are pointed out. Annie Guthrie, this is the eldest daughter, seen leaving her home with a federal agent. It is normal to interview family, especially on day 1 and even day 2, obviously. But is it normal for this to happen approaching day 4? Again, that's what I tell you. This is
Annie. Let's see what that said. Annie Guthrie seen leaving her home with a federal agent. It's normal to interview family, especially on day 1 and even day 2. But is it normal for this to happen approaching day 4? I mean, there's so many variables in this case. It's hard to know what is normal, especially since local law enforcement dropped the ball. I mean, they said the house wasn't a crime scene, and then FBI came in and said, no, what are you talking about? It should be a crime scene. So maybe they're doing things over again because what was done in the beginning, they don't think it was done up to snuff. That could be true. But we don't know. We don't know. And again, we can only know what Ashley Banfield said. Ashley Banfield said her husband, Anne's husband, is a suspect.
Of your family, especially on day 1 and even day 2, obviously. But is it normal for this to happen approaching day 4? Again, that's what I tell you. This is why people are talking about this. Nancy Guthrie case. It makes sense the officers would interview Annie Guthrie and her husband, Tommaso Cioni, but it was day 3. I would have believed if there was no Rob that by now interviews would be over pertaining to immediate family. Okay, so it's questions. People pointed out, like Chili Noise again pointed out, Annie Guthrie says she's an oracular writer. In modern pagan, Wiccan, or occult communities, some practitioners use oracles as part of their practice and may self-identify as witches. Okay, I have no way to prove anything with that, but I just thought it was important to mention out there. This is interesting. They were investigating. This is a guy who had a drone.
So Brian Entin, he reported this already, but Nancy's car there was towed. Why would it be towed? We don't know. But I think that's about the extent of what Jesus has for us here. Let's see.
Had been taken and filming, and they were investigating inside Nancy's garage. There's her car, all right, and they were investigating. I guess that they were maybe looking for some kind of maybe servers or computers who could have some kind of footage of the cameras. That's the only thing that I could think about, because what else could they be searching for in the garage? I have no idea. I really have no clue. So many things that don't fit in here, but they were looking around her garage. Also have this update. Investigators now focusing a lot of attention on a particular room inside Nancy Guthrie's home with latex gloves, taking photos.
Oh. Thank you very much for the super sticker here, Tim. I appreciate that very much.
And removing several boxes of items. I guess that could have been the main bedroom, maybe, where she was sleeping. She was abducted. Only thing that I don't know. Maybe it's a main bedroom. I think that there's no way to tell what kind of room was that. And yeah, they were. See, I don't know.
Chat, do you want me to still watch this or go back to Megyn Kelly? 1, continue watching this. 2, back to Megyn Kelly.
Why they are seeing boxes? I don't see any boxes. There are other things. Let's say circumstantial things. What Tracy is saying here is important. Look at the man with Savannah Guthrie. See how he's gently touching her shoulder and staying behind her. This is Savannah. This is a man. And okay, he is usually, when you're posing for a picture, again, this can be nothing, but this also caught my attention. When you're posing on a picture,
All right, so Megyn Kelly wins.
Messaging that we've heard from the family, because of course last night Cameron Guthrie, the brother of Savannah and Andy, issuing his own direct-to-camera statement, just him without the sisters. And in both of the video messages and in Savannah's Instagram post that was written, which preceded both of these video messages, there are odd phrases that really have us wondering whether they have had more communication with a potential kidnapper than they're letting on, which would be totally appropriate. Obviously, they're not going to tell all of us everything that's happening. But her Instagram post sounded a little unlike Savannah. For one thing, Ashley, it was not capitalized, which, okay, it's a social media thing. You could make the case that a lot of people don't capitalize. But Savannah normally does. She does normally capitalize. We went back and checked her Instagram and her Twitter. And much like yours truly, and I imagine you too, most journalists would capitalize. We're not 20 and we're just sort of in the business. So it's like we pay attention to those
Right.
things. But on this post of all posts, like the most important post of her life to date, this is the one that came out the night before the video of the 3 siblings. She posted on Tuesday evening. This is all without caps, even at the beginning of the very first sentence. We believe in prayer. We believe in voices raised in unison, in love, in hope. We believe in goodness. We believe.
And in Megyn Kelly's defense, she's been having Brian Entin on the show. She has Ashley Banfield on the show. She has former FBI agents on the show. I mean, not bad.
In humanity, above all, we believe in him. Him is capitalized. Nothing else is. Thank you again, the beginning of a sentence, not capitalized, for lifting your prayers with ours for our beloved mom, our dearest Nancy. The mentioning of her name, clearly that was suggested by law enforcement, trying to get her name, humanize her. Nancy, she has a name. She has kids, and goes on. And then it ends with a quote, a Bible quote. And then listen to how she cites it. She writes in quotes, he, that's capitalized, will keep in perfect peace those whose hearts are steadfast, trusting in the Lord. Lord is capitalized, end quote. A verse of Isaiah for all time, for all of us. Bring her home. You know Savannah. I know Savannah too. That doesn't sound like her. A verse of Isaiah for all time, for all of us. I don't know whether this is all coded, Ashley, but the messages are being very carefully coordinated, it seems.
So what do you think about this, chat? Do you make anything of it, the way Savannah's messaging? Is the FBI telling her to do this? Is there some other kind of covert communication going on? What do you think?
To me, and may just be what law enforcement is telling them, or could be responsive to some sort of a demand.
Well, Savannah is actually pretty spiritual. I'm not sure that she would have written the message.
No, she's
about,
spiritual.
Yeah, the message
She's
was
very
there.
spiritual.
Yeah.
She wrote a whole book about faith.
Yeah.
But the phraseology out of the quote, a verse of Isaiah for all time, for all of us.
You know what that also could be is for her mom, because mom is very faithful. Mom goes to church, and that might have been something. Again, if we are to believe that this ransom effort is even true, I have my serious doubts about it. And yesterday, the FBI said something in the press conference that I picked up on very quickly. They were asked about the deadlines, the second deadline, and the FBI agent said in a normal kidnapping case, there would be contact by now. They have to take it seriously. And it's why it's prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And the guy that they pulled in California is going to have the book thrown at him. I think it's 8 to 10 as a minimum there for prison, because it is.
Just FYI, for those who didn't listen to AM Update, there was a separate man who was arrested this morning or yesterday morning for demanding a ransom of Annie and Tomas via text message, and also made a 9-second phone call to some member of the Guthrie family who was just a fraudster. He had nothing to do with the.
So fraudster arrested, completely unrelated. He's just an idiot.
Other ransom notes per law enforcement, nor.
So this guy, just a fool, trying to exploit the situation. He kind of reminds me of the dude that was at the Charlie Kirk assassination that confessed to doing it instantly, even though he didn't. It's like, what are you doing?
With this case at all, we believe he was just trying to glom on to someone's tragedy and torture the family further, and he's now under arrest. Keep going.
Yeah, this Derek Callela, I don't know, Callella, allegedly now charged in this, and very seriously too. That's interstate commerce when you use the lines like that, using email, using phone lines to cross state lines, and also interfering with law enforcement. There's all sorts of things that could throw the book at him for that. But I would without question expect some prison time for this guy if he's guilty of these crimes. But to hear in the other notes, because it's a little complicated, right? There's a note to TMZ, there's an email. There's an email to TMZ, there's emails to 2 television stations that are local in Arizona, and then there's this one that was communicated directly to the family and communicated directly to Savannah's sister Annie and her husband Tommaso. So that is fascinating to hear, though, that they are focusing on the emailed ransom notes, but they also indicated, not very clearly, but slightly clearly in the press conference, that those 3 that went to the outlets seem to be from the same person. And they noted a couple of
and
things.
they did
in
for the
them.
first time say that they're identical. For the first time, the FBI confirmed in response to a question that it is the same note. Jim Fitzgerald, who's been on with us every day, formerly of the FBI, has said that's the one thing he really wanted to know was it exactly the same, or could there have been like some sort of a copycat, or did they for some reason?
I got my questions.
And the FBI yesterday said all three the same.
I have my questions about the details in them as well, because there were details released yesterday about floodlights, broken floodlights potentially.
Wait, stand by. I definitely want to get into that. I do, but let me just finish up on the messaging from the family. Then I want to talk about your exclusive reporting, and then I definitely want to get into these notes.
Okay. Megyn Kelly taking charge of the interview. Ooh.
They're very interesting. One other thing on the messaging, we noticed that the family, I think, is being very disciplined on exactly what it says and how it says it. We talked yesterday about how very clearly Savannah Guthrie knows how to speak at ease, directly to camera, unscripted. She chose not to do that. Quite clearly, they're being really careful about if somebody's got her, not triggering him, saying what needs to be said to reach him in the best way possible to actually get a response. They're desperate. You can see in the family's messaging for interaction with this person if he exists and has their mom. Proof exactly. They want proof of life, and they're desperate to have a communication because very clearly, Harvey Levin made this clear yesterday on various appearances. The ransom note said Thursday night is your first deadline, and Harvey suggested Monday is your second deadline. And it certainly sounds like if they didn't meet the Thursday night deadline, the price was going up,
or the consequences.
And by Monday was
the price or the consequence,
some sort of negative consequence. And then by Monday they were suggesting, without saying it, that's when they said that would be the end for her. That was the clear implication. But in any event, I just want to show you the messaging that both Savannah and now Cameron have offered in their back-to-back Instagram messages here. And this again was Cameron alone last night.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom.
So the brother here, Cameron, his name is, former fighter pilot, by the way.
We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
Okay, so that's what we heard from Cameron himself last night. Now listen to the comparison.
As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk.
Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you.
We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us.
We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward.
We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her.
But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
This poor family is desperate for someone, if they actually have their mother, to be in touch.
It's abject
actually
cruelty.
Make it possible for them to interact. It's torture.
It is abject
this
cruelty.
is ongoing
If
fucking
this
torture.
is yet another scammer, or another alleged scammer, it is abject torture. It is why the penalties in the code are so steep for this, not just because of the interstate commerce, but because of the interjection.
So, Kat, I was trying to say this, but YouTube was blocking my comments. But I said, if I ever wanted to torture you, I would request Megyn Kelly interview Andrew Wilson.
Law enforcement's efforts, but also just the sheer torture that you put these people through.
Yeah, it's so awful. And you and I both have our doubts about whether it's even real. So it does, if I had to put money down, I'd say this is somebody intentionally torturing the family, trying to scam them, trying to get money from them in their most vulnerable, painful moment. And by the way, if that's true, then it means the real kidnapper, murderer, whoever hurt Nancy, however they did it, perpetrator is out there watching the whole thing, letting them suffer too. Like, it's not enough that they did something to the mother. They're letting the torture go on day after day after day. When I saw those three people, Ashley, the other night on camera, all I could think was, these are torture victims. That's what's happened to them.
Yeah. And So often, and we don't often see this, right? Because this is a very high profile case, but in so many of the true crime cases that we covered, this is the reality. This is what people go through when their loved ones go missing. Do they get a high profile ransom note sent to TMZ? No, but oftentimes they are left just as terrified and just as traumatized, especially if it's their children. And you don't see as much of it on the media.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get to your reporting, because it was very clearly the gorilla in the room yesterday at that presser where...
Gorilla in the room? Not a monkey in the room? Is she referring to Trump's deleted posts there? Anyone who saw that?
It came up 3 different times. 4 total, with the sheriff saying, we have no suspects, no persons of interest. And then some broadsides, quite clearly, I thought, at you. I think you agreed. I watched your show this morning.
It's elephant in the room too. That's really the expression.
Without naming you. And some of the media are piling on, oh, these influencers looking for clicks are reporting, irresponsibly. That's bullshit. You are not an influencer looking for clicks. I've known you 20 years. That's not who you are. So people are dismissing this at their own peril. It is everyone there. Even the sheriff said, no one's been cleared. Everyone's a suspect. So it is not inappropriate to start where all law enforcement starts, which is with the family, and work out. That's what you're doing. You would be doing that even if your law enforcement source had not said that the brother-in-law may be the prime suspect. It's not inappropriate to ask questions about the family. It's actually imperative. So
Megyn here standing up for Ashley in her reporting.
Here's what the sheriff said. Let's listen to SOT 19B.
Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim. It just, I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you can do some damage to that individual too. This is social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
Okay, so Ashley, are you standing?
So that's basically the sheriff smearing Ashley Banfield is really what that is. All social media is an ugly world, just trying to get clicks. It's like, well, if Ashley Banfield's source said that, then they said that. The only reason I would ever be hesitant to say it is if I thought it would actually hurt the case or hurt the chances that Nancy comes back alive. In that case, you have a ethical, moral dilemma on your hands.
Standing by your exclusive reporting broken 2 days ago now that
3 things.
top law
I think we're at
enforcement
3.
official
Yeah, real early on.
3. Okay, who's an impeccable source told you that Tommaso Cioni, who is married to Annie Guthrie, Savannah's sister, may be the prime suspect in this case,
at this time,
and that the car that was towed and impounded was Annie Guthrie's car.
Yeah, the word that was used was towed and taken into evidence. I noticed that was actually confirmed yesterday. Car was towed and is being processed as per warrant. That was said by the
Sort
sheriff.
of. He didn't say it was Annie's, and the way he said it actually raised me a bunch of questions. The car, and he made it sound like it was at the crime scene, which is odd. I don't know that Annie Guthrie's car was at the mother's house at any point. Actually, here we have it, SOT 16. Let's listen to how he described it.
The car, the car that was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle.
Part of the search warrant
Well,
scene.
and at the home.
That would speak to it being at Nancy's.
It just said at the home, and they've been at 2 homes. Law enforcement has been at 2 homes. And my source said, definitively, car was towed and is in evidence. That's 3 days ago.
And that it was Annie's.
And said it was Annie's car. Did not.
And since this, Nancy's car has been towed. Nancy's car has been towed from the garage. Annie's car was impounded. They towed that. And now Nancy's car is towed too.
Say the car, said Annie's car. The sister's car was towed and is in evidence. And he only would say the
Yeah,
car.
he did not
at the
deny
home.
it.
He didn't deny it. He didn't deny a lot of stuff yesterday. He took pot shots, and I get it.
Okay, but let's
I
get to
it.
let's get to the big headline about Tomas and what your source, because I heard your show. Have you been checking in with your
Yes.
source on that piece of your reporting?
Multiple times per day. And yesterday, I was told by the same source, still on target. And then he said, let me put it to you this way. If they're taking shots at you, you're standing on the target. That was his word.
Nancy's car was towed a couple hours ago, like very recent. Brian Entin's most recent short was about it.
No wiggling, no backing down.
No backing down. No change.
And let me ask you this. Is he, even though I'm just saying he, I don't know whether it's he or she, but is this person, you say a top law enforcement source, but is this person in a position to know about what's actually happening in this case?
Yes. And then after the break, I was informed on day 2 that the sheriff's department tightened up like a noose, angry about leaks. And so if my information wasn't accurate, why would anybody be worried about leaks?
Who would care?
Who would care?
What Ashley Banfield
Right. Must be just some influencer.
is reporting.
So that also strengthened this information. I didn't need the strengthening, thank you, given the level of this source of mine. And by the way, I got asked yesterday, Megyn, by somebody in the mainstream media, well, you're not working for a main network now. So have your standards dropped? I thought, right.
Oh,
Well,
Lord, this
I've
is
been at it
infuriating.
38 years. I don't think I'd throw my entire 4 decades away for one story. You know, I get it. People have to have their own headlines too. But I did find that pretty offensive. No.
Well,
my
not only
standards
that, but
haven't
I've noticed
dropped.
something else. Some people who consider themselves close to Savannah, I've observed, have.
So chat, let me ask you this. If you're Ashley Banfield, and your source says that to you, do you come out and say it, even if you think it might hurt the case and hurt the chances that Nancy comes back alive? So do you say it just because the truth is the truth? Or do you exercise a little more caution just in case you think that it might actually hurt Nancy? What would you do? I mean, it's not a slam dunk, right? But what would you do?
Been particularly dismissive of this report. And I don't know if that's out of loyalty to her, like she wouldn't like this, or whether they've actually been in touch with her and she doesn't like this. Either way, with all due respect to Savannah and the family, it's fair reporting.
Yeah.
And you certainly could not go by what Savannah wants you to report in covering this case. Of course, she'd be inclined to defend her family, even her in-law family members.
Oh, too many chats. Thank you very much for this, Brandon. I appreciate the super chat. Super chats are a great way to support the channel. Thank you, Brandon. Also, remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also to note, if Savannah is telling people that they wouldn't want that kind of information out there, I'd be very tempted. I would want to listen to Savannah in this case because it's her mother. So I think sometimes, yeah, you might have information, but don't you want to adhere to what the family actually wants? That's just my 2 cents.
And that there's no question you wouldn't depend upon one of the victims of the crime to guide your investigation as a reporter of the crime. So I've just noticed there's a strain of people who I know consider themselves friends of hers who have been particularly disdainful and are trying to move the coverage elsewhere. And that just can't happen.
Well,
Like,
that would be a
that's
hit
not how this
to
game works.
integrity of what I do. Would I change the way I work because of who I'm covering? No, unfortunately. And it's been very difficult. We've had to cover, I remember one of the first stories that I covered in 1988 was someone I knew was nicked by the feds for cross-border drug dealing. And I had to put it on the news.
Oh.
That was one of my very first stories as a cub reporter. And it was
Wow.
like, well, baptism by fire, here we go. And so out it went exactly as the police had reported it to us at CJBN in Kenora, Ontario. But yeah,
Wow.
that would be a questionable move in journalistic scruples if I decided to couch the reporting because of who I'm reporting on. And it's hard. It is hard. But I will say this. law enforcement doesn't tell us everything. That's the way it works. In fact, I think that's what the sheriff actually even said yesterday. I wrote his quote down. Yeah. He was asked, are you purposely withholding information because of the active investigation that might be leading you in a particular direction? And his answer was this, this is no different than any criminal investigation.
So chat, someone just mentioned in the chat that someone said Savannah might actually take legal action against Ashley Banfield. I'd like to see where you saw that. I haven't seen that yet, but if true, that is interesting.
That we conduct here. Went on to say law enforcement's conducted investigations since 1865 in Pima County. We are always mindful of what is in front of us and what we should release and can release. There's legal guidelines that guide us, but there's also strategy too.
Strategy.
I'll leave that for you to determine. So that is the way it works. We're not idiots. They don't have to tell us everything, but there is also a balance between the public interest and transparency. And we are always working that balance. In Koberger, they flat out lied to us. There's no concern for the public. This is a targeted attack on these 4 kids. That was bullshit. There was an absolute concern to the public for 6 weeks. Brian Koberger, a maniacal quadruple murderer, was out there and maybe eyeballing other friends of his at Washington State University. There's a lawsuit that was going on. And we know that on the 19th of December in 2022, they identified his DNA as he is the holder of the DNA from the knife sheath. December 19th. What did they do on December 20th, the next day? They recorded a video. The police chief, James Fry, the Moscow PD, recorded a video of himself and posted it on the Moscow police website saying, we have no suspect. Let me read it for you.
So here's what I would say. Reporting is definitely Ashley Banfield's job. And 99.9% of the time, I would say, yes, you make sure you get that truth out there. But to me, this might fall in that 0.01% because how often is there going to be a potential hostage abducted situation where a person's still alive? When that's the case, I'd be, a little more hesitant. But that's just me.
These are his words. No suspects identified, and only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public. We encourage referencing official releases for accurate and updated progress. They were already chasing him across the country at this point. This guy has full access to every state between Washington State and Pennsylvania with his dad as he's crossing the country. But that's what they chose to tell us. So what is the public's interest in knowing what reporters do and what the police do? We all have a job to do, and there is a balance. But there are a lot of people in that neighborhood where Nancy Guthrie lives who are very, very afraid, who said there's never been crime here. It's a safe place. We're really worried.
Well, let me tell you something else. CNN had absolutely no problem, none whatsoever, in going with the flimsiest, I'm mentioning them because there was an anchor over there who was ripping on this, the flimsiest reporting and sourcing possible when it came to Russiagate.
Yeah, I think Ashley Banfield does have a source. I do think that. I think she's been in the business a long time. She's been in the business since the 90s, so she's made a lot of connections over the years.
Same conclusion times 100 for MSNBC. So if anything that would reflect negatively on President Trump, they don't need double sourcing. They don't need on the record sources at all. Same for the New York Times for that matter. So now suddenly it's just because it's Ashley Banfield and she's in the quote influencer realm that's not an okay, like a top law enforcement official with whom you've had a relationship for years, whom you call impeccable.
Over a decade.
Now suddenly it's suspect for over a decade. So this is, this is fair game. And I'm
little inside baseball.
I resent what's being said about you.
Yeah, I do too. But okay, I get it. I got big girl pants on. But I will also say this, that things have changed many times over in the years that I've been doing this. I've gone from broadcast news, local news, cable news, and then I'm now doing podcasting. But the way it used to be was that if you don't have 3 sources, you can't take it to air. That has changed. Now it is the caliber of your source. Now it is really who that source is, the trustworthiness of that source that is oftentimes completely acceptable to all mainstream outlets, right? So I am a little surprised on this one that I'm getting the flack, but especially with the sheriff's answers.
It makes sense when you, I don't believe this person is your source, but I'm just going to do a hypothetical here. Let's say the source is Kash Patel. It's obviously not him because he hasn't been in law enforcement for 10 years. But anyway, let's just say it's Kash Patel. It's the director of the FBI. Do you need two sources? I think you're good.
I think you're good.
Right? Let's say the source is actually this sheriff, Sheriff Nanos, who's saying one thing to the media, but saying something to you behind the. You don't need two sources. That you're good. So of course you're fine. You're right. It depends on the caliber of the source.
You know, there's something else.
All right. More importantly, update on Brian Entin's post 47 minutes ago. The 3 deputies left Annie Guthrie's house. They didn't go inside. 47 minutes ago. Interesting. So that's the newest update.
You know, that people should know as well. And I don't believe this to be the truth at all, but sometimes the media is used as well. And sourcing is dropped to get stuff out there that may agitate or make suspects nervous. That's also a tactic that's used. I don't believe that's the case here, but, you know, people should realize that under the law, I don't think a lot of people do know this. If you're brought in for questioning, the law enforcement is allowed to lie to you in order to elicit statements that may be either incongruent or congruent with maybe another suspect. That is part of strategy. And listen, I give them big grace for that. It's a hard job. And I have never castigated.
Hear that? That's important to know too. Law enforcement is allowed to lie to you. This is why the hardened criminals know when you have the right to remain silent, you do. And you don't speak a word until your lawyer's there with you. Because they can lie to you, try to twist you up into pretzels to self-incriminate.
Law enforcement for using that tactic. It is legal. You are allowed to do that in law enforcement. So lying to us and the public, that's allowed. But we also have a job to do. When we are put under gag orders, like happened in the Idaho case for 2.5 years, that's not transparency in American jurisprudence, right? And so either, which way do you want it? Do you want reporters to do their work? Or do you want them to do their work and then, you know, take pot shots at them when they do? Again, there is this
No,
balancing
we're not
act.
looking for a pat on the head.
Yeah.
This is not an industry you get into to be liked.
Hey.
To the contrary,
Hey, girl.
it goes a different way for most of us. I want to play you this soundbite because I thought this was very telling. The sheriff was asked again repeatedly about, do you have a suspect? Do you have a person of interest? No, we don't.
No,
And then the one reporter
I haven't
put it-
identified different.
Haven't
We don't
identified.
have one. No,
And-
it's we haven't
But then the
identified
one reporter put it on the line and said, let's talk about the son-in-law. I mean, it was explicitly like, what about the son-in-law? Listen to the sheriff's answer here, SOT 19C.
Are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? You said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him or come close to it?
That's a direct question about the son-in-law because the sheriff said we haven't eliminated anyone. Let's see what he says.
Actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family's been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them. And
So for those who don't know, Annie or Ann is even being mentioned like this because Ashley Banfield's source in law enforcement told her Ann's husband is a suspect, Tommaso. So Tommaso would be Nancy's son-in-law.
And we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Correct. And Hannah, that's a very good point. That Ashley was probably even mentioning the lying that law enforcement's allowed to lie to imply that the sheriff is lying about the son-in-law not being a suspect. Very likely that's why Ashley said that.
We want that relationship to continue.
Yeah.
Ashley.
There was another piece that I picked up on as well. By the way, some really good questions from the reporters in that room. I have to say, as I was listening, I thought, well, they're on their ball today. One reporter asked, have you been in communication with anyone you believe to be the kidnapper? Long pause, then a sigh. You know, it comes back to what we talked about. No one is eliminated, but we really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, this is our gal. But the long pause and the sigh, that was telling to me as well.
He was getting together his answer, because it did seem to me as well like he was thinking, well, we might have spoken to the person who did this, but I'm not going to reveal that to you.
Yeah.
So
But
yeah,
you know, I give him grace as well.
And here's the thing. I don't think Ashley Banfield's a bad reporter or journalist. I think for the very most part, she's good. I would just wonder in this case, when a life could be at stake, I wonder if I would do the same. I don't know. But Ashley Banfield has more experience than me. She knows more of what is okay in the field than me. So,
Megyn, because honestly, I said this before, I'll say it again. It is not easy to do his job. It's not easy in the best of days. It's not easy to stand in front of the national media that is demanding answers, asking for press conferences, peppering you live with questions. And live is not easy. You don't get a mulligan. And then try to, do your tap dance to protect your investigation and still be as transparent as you
frankly,
can.
this sheriff has been more forthcoming than most law enforcement have been in recent cases of note.
Yeah.
No one here is ripping on the sheriff. He's doing the best he can, and
it's hard.
He's trying to be as transparent as he can without blowing his investigation, which is the most important thing. If they do have a suspect behind the scenes, he's obviously not going to tell us that, and we understand that. It makes sense until he's ready. But look, you and I are in a different business, and the public has to understand that too. We are in the business of figuring out what's real, and that's a different business than him trying to actually solve the case and arrest somebody.
We listen to nuance. We listen to signs that aren't just words. We listen to everything. And there was something that happened yesterday, and I cross-referenced it with a report in New York Times last night. And that is...
But again, the ethics thing only comes into play if you think reporting this puts Nancy's life more in danger. Does it? Does reporting this put her life more in danger if she's alive? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
He was asked who dropped Nancy off on Saturday night, because the sheriff has said it three ways. He said, I think, I might have it out of order, but these three things were said. Annie dropped Nancy off. Then he said Annie and Tommaso dropped Nancy off. Then he said Tommaso dropped Nancy off. So the reporter in the room actually said, what is it? Which one is it? You've said it three ways. And the answer was, it was just sort of alarming to me. I just thought, this is so weird. He
Let's
said,
go with
just family. We're going to go with family. But then he did tell the New York Times.
It's Stop 13.
Yeah, listen to it. It's incredible. It's weird.
There's also conflicting reports about who was the last person to actually see Nancy and drive her home. We know she took an Uber to Annie's house, but can you confirm whether it was Annie or her son-in-law Tommaso who took her home that night?
I think the timeline that the sheriff provided was a family member, but
just family. We're going to go with family.
I don't know what that means.
We're going to go with family.
I don't know what that means, but he did confirm.
He was on the record with the New York Times the day before saying it was Tomas.
Absolutely. And they printed that last night, that he told the New York Times it was Tommaso. Yeah. So I don't know why look, I have my theories, but why would you withhold that when you said it already three different ways? Why not just clear it up and not leave this obfuscation for people like you and me to talk about, saying, well, are you trying to deflect from him in some way? Is it strategy? Is it kindness? Whatever it is, it's odd.
And just for the listening audience, here it is from the New York Times. The day before, he said, we're going to go with family. Mrs. Guthrie's son-in-law, Tommaso Cioni, dropped her off and ensured she made it inside safely before leaving, the sheriff added. He was on the record to the New York Times, which was a shift from his earlier messaging. So clearly he wanted it out there that it was Tomas. And then by the time they got to yesterday's presser, he had shifted back to, quote, family.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
just going to go with family, which is weird. Like, we're just going to go with family. It's an odd way to put it.
Yeah. Like, what does it mean? Okay. Now here's the other thing that's really bothering me about, I agree with you that the reporters, many of them did a good job, but there were some glaring questions that were not asked. The timeline was changed dramatically on Sunday morning. What this sheriff had been saying to us before was that at 11 o'clock or just after 11 a.m.
By the way, everyone, I appreciate the people who have liked the video, and those who are not subscribed, please consider subscribing. I talk about true crime almost every night. Talk about current events sometimes too. and I use my experience with addiction, mental health, and narcissism, and I apply it to those topics. So if that sounds interesting to you, please do consider subscribing.
Sunday morning, the family was notified by a friend in the church who noticed Nancy didn't attend, and they went over to her house, and about an hour later, they called 911. That was the story this whole
That
week.
created a lot of consternation.
Then we got to the, and many people said, why did it take an hour? How do you, like, especially seeing blood outside of the house, like Brian Entin got on camera, who would take an hour? Now, then last night or yesterday at the presser, that totally shifted. He said they got to the house and discovered she was missing at 11:57 a.m. So we've lost a whole hour now, the controversial hour, and called law enforcement 5 minutes later at 12:03.
Yeah, I think it was 7 minutes later.
Sorry, my math
Which,
is
by
off.
the way,
My math is off. Okay.
7 is lightning fast.
That's fast. Okay, so it's a dramatic difference. But here, let's just listen. Here's what he had said prior to yesterday. This was the story, SOT 18.
Sometime earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us. So I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
She was dropped off at 9:30, and she was found to be missing at about 11 o'clock Sunday morning.
I know that when we got there, the family was already there, and they had already spent some time looking, as you would expect. Probably we got an hour delay there from them. Not anything intentional, just that, they went and looked and made some calls, and then they decided we better call 911.
And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy and discovers her missing.
And again, Nancy did not go to church in person. She went to church remotely. And you can still tell, right? There's probably some sort of check-in thing similar to what we have as a live chat here. Someone's always there. Nancy's always there. She's 84 years old. She lives on her own. People probably are checking up for her. Oh, Nancy never logged on today. I wonder why that would be. And then maybe they notify people, or not maybe, they did.
12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Pimlico Sheriff's Department.
What? Because just to underscore it here, first they got a call from a friend at the church around 11:10. Then he says it was at about 11. Then he told you, that middle clip is on your show. He says they found out about 11, and it was about an hour delay before they called 911. Now, yesterday, he says they checked on Nancy and discovered her missing at 11:57. Right? Is it? I keep
11:57. No, that's the right number. That's the right number.
Yeah, 57. So what do you mean? Because we've also, in the midst of all that, had both the Daily Mail and Brian Entin yesterday told us as well, reporting that Nancy Guthrie wasn't going to church physically anymore and hadn't been since the COVID pandemic, that she'd been joining the live stream the church offers and participating.
This is just what I said, right?
Participating from her home. Moreover, the Daily Mail reports it wasn't a Zoom situation where the congregants could see who was joining virtually. It was just a live stream being blasted out by the church, outgoing only. And therefore, no one would be aware of whether Nancy was participating or not. So how do we go from, she talked to a friend who was concerned at the church, which you heard him say on camera there, and they took him an hour and then they called 911, to now it's, they checked on Nancy and discovered her missing, and within moments called 911.
Yeah, I think these are all things that lead to an even bigger mystery and a little confusion. I always give law enforcement grace when there's so much going on and there's an exigent circumstance, and now all these ransom notes, which have taken law enforcement's direction elsewhere. Let's be honest, this is awful. These ransom notes, especially the one in California, if this guy is guilty of this, it has taken their attention away. But it's a, fog of war is not easy. I can understand how there'd be communication breakdown. There's other agencies coming in, sharing of information, maybe telephone, the game of telephone makes mistakes.
And again, is it possible law enforcement is just lying? Could be.
But I do think that it adds to another element of confusion about this.
I think you're being too nice in this situation. With all due respect to the sheriff, you know as well as I do, the time she was discovered missing is very important.
It's critical.
It's not fog of war. It is not fog of war. That you know.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Maybe the dissemination of it was, though. The only grace I give is that it is a complicated task that they're undergoing, and we don't make it
Nobody
easier.
asked about it. Somebody in that room needed to say, "You've adjusted the timeline dramatically, Sheriff. Why?"
Yeah, no, there was lots that I wish they'd followed up on the car being towed and being processed by warrant. I mean, where was that? Like, hold it.
You and I are going to have to fly out there for the next one. Literally, I think you and I are going to have to fly out there together.
So remember this, though. The time you are discovered missing is different than the time you actually went missing. So what time does she go missing? I don't think they truly know. Around 2 a.m. maybe? But certainly after, when she got dropped off from that family get-together. After that, but then before the time she was discovered missing. Was that before midnight? Right after midnight? We don't know, but that would be very good to know, wouldn't it? It would also be good to know the figure that Nest Cam saw. But unfortunately, the Nest Cam had no subscription. So how absurd is that? They can't get anything. Although the CEO of Nest, I don't know what they can do in that situation. Can they actually hack it and say, yes, even though you weren't subscribed, we can still get that footage? I don't know. Does anyone who's a tech person in the chat know?
There for the next one. That's at least 4 questions, 2 for you and 2 for me. Yeah, seriously. I was very frustrated because it was like, that's an obvious one. Ask that. And the one about the car was the other one. Like he just sort of elided around it. It was like,
yeah,
car, standard search warrant, court orders,
the house,
crime scene.
not which house.
Wait.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I know.
Nancy's house is the crime scene. Was it towed from Nancy's house or was it towed from Annie's house, Sheriff? And whose car was it? Why? And if it's Annie's, why are you towing Annie's car?
I only think that since many of the breaking pieces of information that I had were addressed bullet by bullet in that news conference,
yes,
that when he said
he did that
the
right at the top
car being towed, I assumed that was because I reported that Annie's car has been towed and is now in evidence. I assumed that's what he was saying because he said the car towed from the house. That's standard. As per warrant, it's being processed. So he didn't say from Nancy's house. He didn't say from Annie's house. I can only go on. He was bulleting my my reports and trying to knock them down. But did you hear what he said about the cameras? Something else I picked up on.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, big time.
Before we talk about the cameras, let me just say quickly, we actually did reach out. We went and tried to pull the warrants to see if they were public. They're under seal, so we can't get them right now to see exactly what they got a warrant for. But
so someone in the chat said they can get to the footage even if there's no subscription.
Let's talk about the cameras because that's another piece of your reporting that has come under fire. First, tell us what your reporting is, and then we'll talk about what he said.
So the exact words that were used is that the Nest, and I was told Nest cameras, that was the first time that they'd been named. They weren't Ring cameras, they were Nest cameras, plural, were smashed. That was the wording. Nest cameras were smashed. And when asked about that, the sheriff said, well, first he'd reported they were removed and in the timeline called them disconnected. But when asked about them being smashed, he said, smashed. I don't know where you got the information about smashed, but we're not confirming that. And then, he did confirm it is plural, that there were more than one. And that was something that I reported, that there wasn't just the one that Brian Entin saw the bracket left behind. By the way, he went further.
So someone else in the chat says, no, actually, you can't get the footage if you're not subscribed. So I don't know which one it is.
About that. And it was interesting. He said, regarding the disconnected camera, do you believe that camera was taken? And the sheriff said, we do not have it in our possession. We have not located it. So does that mean that the perpetrator smashed those cameras off the brackets and took them away? Maybe he just does.
Clearly, here he is. Let me play for the audience. It's SOT 14. It's a montage.
Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. The doorbell camera, it was removed. We know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or.
So 1:47 a.m. is when the camera disconnects. And we saw it next to the door before the house became a crime scene again. there was the place where the Nest camera would be, but it was missing. So I would imagine it would disconnect at the time they take it off, right? I would imagine.
Destroyed around the house. I don't know where that came from, but that's something we're not confirming.
When you say the doorbell camera was disconnected, do you believe that that camera was taken?
We do not have it in our possession. We've not located it.
It's a yes.
Well, I mean, it's off the bracket. How do you get it off the bracket? Do you bring a screwdriver or do you smash?
When we say disconnected, what I mean is it was physically removed from the place by the door. So we don't know when footage would have ended, but it's also hard to know because she didn't even have a subscription. So something to learn from this case is, you know, someone who's elderly, they don't know how this tech stuff works. You could say, hey, Mom, do you make sure you have a subscription to your Nest Cam so it actually records? That would be nice, right? So make sure your elderly family and friends, they know that.
Is this semantics? I don't know. But to me, it was pretty telling that that's more of my reporting that has borne out.
And then we were able to get to the bottom of yesterday. We got very confused as we looked at the timeline that they put up about how he was saying the doorbell cameras were disconnected. And then minutes later, there was a picture capture.
So now that Hannah mentions it in the chat, we did go over this yesterday, that they said it just loops. It loops. And I forget who said this and I forget who we were watching, but that's what they said. It just loops and loops and you don't get the footage.
Captured of a person.
No, not a picture.
They don't have the image because
it's the alert.
No, I know, but there was an alert. Yeah. The point is not whether it was a picture or a written text. The point is that they got a communication from a camera.
Yeah.
After they said the doorbell cameras were disconnected, which was confusing. And what they said was there were other cameras. That was basically the explanation.
Plural.
We reached out to the FBI. We reached out to the sheriff's office. We went back and watched the end of the presser where they did reference there being more than just the doorbell cameras. And the sheriff's office too clarified, basically there were other cameras. And it was one of these other cameras that alerted them to the image of a person. The sheriff later said could have been an animal too.
Alerted to activity.
At the house.
And the secret is here, and it's a great message to everybody who's watching and listening. If you have a doorbell service of some kind, whether it's Nest, Ring.com, or any of the services, you pay for a subscription to be able to get your history. Or for many of them, it's just a live alert. There's someone at your door right now. You can look and you might be able to talk to them. But once that's done, it's gone. You don't have an archive of it. So if you come home and you wonder who is skulking around your front door, unfortunately, if you don't have the service, the subscription, you can't go back and look at all the alerts and what they actually recorded. And that was what I think they were trying to tell us. Yeah, I mean, it's basically.
Beth offers a good point there. Doesn't the FBI have satellite Earth where you can zoom in? I mean, whatever the top of the line equipment is, the FBI probably has it. How much can they zoom in from their satellites? How clear is the picture? I don't really know the answer to this question.
Yeah, you can alert in real time. And then if you're there and you catch it, you can look, but once it's gone, it's gone. And so I took that second one, and it was weird, right? Because it's like, one camera, it disconnects at, it's an earlier time, it's like quite a bit of time, to 1:47. The second camera disconnects 2:28. It's almost 45 minutes. So here's what it could be, because a lot of these cameras are powered by batteries, not because they're plugged in somewhere. It's not because they're plugged in. The first one maybe was smashed, and then crimes were committed and Nancy's being abducted, and the second one is smashed, and then those cameras are taken, but it's jostling around somewhere and a battery is recording an alert of movement. Doesn't say what the movement is, doesn't show you what the movement is. It just says movement, motion detected. That's what that might be.
So you're thinking it could actually be the dismounted doorbell cameras that produced the alert. We don't know. He's not.
That could be. And isn't that the interesting thing about true crime? It forces you to learn about so many things. I mean, depending on the case, you go deep on any number of topics that you wouldn't normally think about. So it's just interesting. In spite of the tragedy at play here, it is still interesting what you can learn.
Specifying just how many cameras were in there and what, if anything, they were connected to. But yeah, that was one of the mysteries of the presser yesterday. We did not understand how there was a doorbell camera disconnecting at 1:47 and software detecting a person on cam at 2:12. And now all they're saying is it was a different
I have something
cam.
to tell you real quickly. Brian Entin had drone
yeah.
video looking inside the garage. Nancy's garage showed Nancy's car in the garage, so it had clearly not been towed to evidence. At least one car. I don't know if she had two, but at least one car was in that garage and had not been towed. If she had two, maybe.
There's no way. There's no 84-year-old woman who has two cars who lives alone. Like that's not a thing. It's Annie's car. I don't like, but we don't know.
You never know. You never know. That could be a thing if your daughter's rich. Not likely, but not impossible.
For sure. I mean, we know from your reporting, but like, it would have been nice to hear somebody ask that of the sheriff as opposed to just crap.
But also, it doesn't seem like Nancy drives, or at least not at nighttime, right? Some people, before they give up their license, they'll drive during the day, but they don't feel comfortable driving at night. I don't know if Nancy falls into that category or not.
Tapping on your reporting, they should follow up on it and ask probative questions. Some did.
Wouldn't confirm.
Not everybody.
Wouldn't confirm if there was or wasn't forced entry. My source said door in the back wide open, and he wouldn't confirm whether or not there was or wasn't. Wouldn't do that.
Ashley, thank you. Thank you so much for your courage and your in-depth reporting. Check her out, guys, on her podcast, Drop Dead Serious. And we are back now with our spectacular legal panel, including Jim Fitzgerald, Jonathan Gilliam, and Chad Ayers. You're not going to want to miss this.
Yes, Canada. Nancy's car has been towed from the garage. And she did drive, apparently. She did drive, just maybe not at night.
Ever been in a bad relationship? You know, the kind that just wears you down, you settle in, even though deep down you know this is not how it's supposed to be. Well, that's what daily aches and pains can feel. And then in a panic, removed her. So with her would go the evidence. There is a question about what other evidence was inside the house. And I'm going to play you this. Dropped her off 9:48 p.m. With Relief Factor, you can break up with pain and get back. We believe that's the family. We believe it was Tomas dropping her off, though we could be wrong because the sheriff keeps changing his story on that. He told the New York Times it was Tomas. Then he changed it at the presser to, we're going to go with family. So dropped her off 9:48 p.m. Saturday night. 9:50 p.m. Nancy's garage door closed. So clearly she went in through her garage to her house. So in that 2-minute time frame, it opened, it closed, and we believe she went inside. Then at 1:47 a.m., the police said yesterday her doorbell cams were disconnected. So that's when we believe the bad guy, whoever it was, destroyed and took. That's our understanding. These doorbell cams, Ashley's reporting on the front and the back at 1:47 a.m. 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on cam. No video is available. 2:28 a.m., the pacemaker app shows a disconnection from the phone. So she's got a pacemaker in her body that communicates with her phone and an app. And we are told that if it gets some 30 feet away from the phone, if she gets some 30 feet away from the phone, it'll disconnect. Now, so clearly she was being taken out of the house around that time.
So someone asked me in the chat, do I think the ransom's connected and do I think she's still alive? If I would say, if you had to put it in a percentage, I would say there's maybe a 5% chance she's alive at this point. The ransom, the one that was actually used with the PDF, is that connected? I mean, unlike the chat, I think it's possible it is. I know most people thought it's not connected, but I'm just really struggling to wrap my head around a motive here that wouldn't be financially oriented in some way. Life insurance would apply. But again, it's like, how often do these kinds of situations get pulled off successfully? I mean, even if by the grace of God, Nancy gets returned back alive, I mean, do you really think you're going to run off into the sunset and just make off with the millions of Bitcoin? I don't know. It just very weird to me. This is very weird, very fishy. Doesn't seem to be a straight up predator that just wants a serial killer, for example. They're like a vampire that needs blood, except for them, it's killing. Maybe there's sexual sadism involved. But what's this? I just don't think this is about the killing. It's got to be more about the money. What else would it be?
2:28. So if you go from 1:47 a.m., which is when the doorbell cam got disconnected, to 2:28 a.m., which is when her pacemaker, meaning she, got far enough away from her phone that the app stopped communicating with the pacemaker, that is 41 minutes. 41 minutes. What was a kidnapper doing in Nancy Guthrie's home for 41 minutes? How does it take 41 minutes to kidnap an 84-year-old woman? I realize they don't move slowly. It certainly appears as though she fought. Something happened to cause her to bleed on her front porch or patio area, as it appears she was being taken out of the home. But 41 minutes? You got to take off some time to smash the cameras, but that happened, 1:47.
So when they're there for 41 minutes, what do you think they're doing? I think maybe they're covering their tracks, trying to make sure they leave no evidence behind. Although it's still odd they wouldn't bring her medicine. Why even chance needing to buy life-saving medicine in Mexico or wherever? I mean, so many things just don't add up to me. Someone said it could be revenge, but revenge for what? I mean, what was Savannah doing that was so outlandish? As far as I know, nothing.
Then the doorbell got disconnected. How long could that possibly take? 10 minutes? 1:57 now? Now it's 31 minutes. To get her and get out of the house? Why? That's too long. I don't know whether something else happened inside that house. Was there a struggle? Did someone take her life? Is that what happened? And then in a panic removed her? So with her would go the evidence? There is a question about what other evidence was inside.
So someone mentioned in the chat, Brian posted that 3 deputies were at Ann's house. Yes, that was true. And then 13 minutes later, Brian Entin said, actually, well, they left. They didn't go inside, they left. So that was the update on that.
At the house. And I'm going to play you the soundbite and then I'll bring in my panel. Let's play the sound talking about what went on inside that home. I think it's Sot 8B.
In the house, were there any signs that someone tried to clean up or maybe destroy evidence?
I can't talk about the crime scene, so I'll give you another shot, another question.
Is there any
Give him another shot. That was Brian Entin's voice, by the way.
missing bedding from the home?
Again, I can't speak to that. There are certain things in that home that we know only the intruder knows about, and the things that occurred.
When did Ashley Banfield talk to the sheriff?
And we don't want that information out.
So the sheriff has been meticulous, both in an interview with Ashley earlier this week and at the presser yesterday, about not revealing what evidence they have inside of the house. But whatever it was, it, plus, we believe, in addition to the blood drops out front, led them to call in the homicide unit. 41 minutes.
So I'm assuming that interview was before the contradiction. It was before the contradiction that the sheriff contradicted Ashley.
This is a long time. We're going to bring in some guys that will give you insight on this you won't get anywhere else. Former FBI Supervisory Special Agent Jim Fitzgerald, co-host of the Cold Red podcast, former Navy SEAL and FBI Special Agent Jonathan Gilliam, and former SWAT Assistant Team Leader Chad Ayers. Gentlemen, welcome. 41 minutes. Think about it. I hadn't really thought of it in those terms up until they laid out the new timeline last night. That's a long time. And the sheriff is saying that there's additional DNA evidence that they're waiting on the results of. So clearly they did find something else inside that was DNA related. We just don't know what. Jonathan, let me start with you on that. It's a long time, 41.
Yeah, sure. And you know what this kind of points me towards, Megyn? First of all, we're putting so much attention. Everybody is looking at ransom, that it's easy to overlook the other possibilities. And the fact that you honed in on this is really good, the 41 minutes, because that could be the time period when somebody was looking for something. So they go into the house, there was no robbery, but were they looking for something else? Is there paperwork? Is there something going on that we don't know about with Miss Guthrie? And
So here's another possibility. Maybe they kill her in the home, and they're really trying to make sure they clean up after themselves. Although the blood in the front step there would show, well, it doesn't really seem like you cleaned up that well if you leave that stuff there. But I don't know. I just don't know.
Somebody was in there trying to find something in particular, because I can't think of any other reason for them to be in there for that long. It's not like they're going to interrogate her.
And that's another good point. Maybe they're looking for jewelry or some sort of safe with money. Is that a possibility? Yeah, I would say it's possible. Although they've already said that nothing of value is really taken
before they kidnap her. So it would be a quick in and a quick out typically. So it almost appears just from this timeline that somebody may have been in there, and then perhaps she woke up and there was a scuffle and it took a dark turn. That has happened before. I've read case studies where that's occurred, and then they have to go down a different road. And in this case, it could be a fake ransom. So I'm not sure, but I think that this kind of alludes again to the fact that whoever was in that house had been there before. I just have this suspicious feeling, and that they were doing something other than just setting up to abduct an 80-year-old woman. So I think this is something that is causing me to pause for just a moment.
The reference to some unspecified DNA found inside of the house that's now being tested makes you wonder exactly what was it? You know, what was it? Just they swiped the door handles and the windows and maybe Nancy's bedposts for touch DNA, or was it actual bodily fluids? Without putting too fine a point on it, it is the case that sometimes when you take someone's life, they'll relieve themselves. They'll lose whatever urine or feces are in their bodies, but not in every situation. But that would certainly, if there was any evidence of that, I feel like they'd be treating this case differently, Chad. I feel like they'd be talking about it differently, but I don't know, because his first move was to call in homicide detectives, and there was additional DNA inside that house.
Listen, I'm not one to hold back, and something that we haven't discussed, Megyn, is it possible that a sexual assault also took place? And again, I hate to even breach the topic, but is that a possibility? Listen, 2 counties over from where I am, 2 or 3 years ago, had the exact same situation. The only difference was this lady here was 89 years old, but it was a person on drugs, sexually assaulted her in the middle of the night, brutally murdered her. Now, she was still there, but...
And again, if you read Wolves in Sheep Clothing by Mike King, the host of Profiling Evil, Danny Troyer, who he has interviewed several times, that was his thing. Killing elderly women and sexually assaulting them. So, not common, but it does happen.
Is that a possibility? 100%. That's still a possibility. The thing is that when he says, you know, we are still processing DNA and being so vague, it could make us go down a rabbit hole. There's all sorts of options that we have.
What do you make of it all, Jim?
This was a clearly successful abduction. It was if it is a kidnapping, it's poorly undertaken. You don't spend 41 minutes as a kidnapper in the place where you're taking your victim. You get in and you get out. And that's why I'm leaning away somewhat. And a lot of the questions about this alleged, ransom letter, I know they're finally come back to be identical. But again, a successful abduction for whatever reason. Is it to hide evidence? 41 minutes, was there an argument of some sort? And I'm not going to point to family, but is it someone known to this woman? And they started having, interaction of some sort, and the person snapped out and hit her. Oh my God. Now, if it's a stranger, leave the body there, get the heck out. If it's someone known to the woman, what do I do now? They better take that body and put it somewhere else. Or if she's still alive, who knows what condition she's in, but I got to somehow remove her from the scene. So that 41 minutes does open, assuming that number is correct, and it doesn't change on us again, Megyn, That's going to be very critical there. So again, a successful abduction, but a poorly run kidnapping at this point. And I have other examples we can talk about of other kidnappings down the line here today, but it's just not being run very efficiently or effectively so far. If their ultimate goal is to get money out of this case, unless there's a lot of things, the mitigating circumstance will be things that we're not learning from law enforcement. But successful abduction, not a good.
And yet it
kidnapping.
doesn't look like a full lunatic, because they did think to get the Ring cameras or they were Nest cameras, and apparently managed to do that without, getting caught. I realized that those were not subscription cameras, so maybe the images were on there, but just were written over. That's what the sheriff said happens with these cameras when you don't have the subscription service. By the way, get the subscription service. I don't think most of us fully understood, that was a thing, but you got to get the subscription service, because it's useless to you in solving crime if it just rewrites every couple of hours, as the sheriff said, or writes over itself.
Like $100 a year.
I do want to talk about. I want to talk about the ransom notes in a second, but I got to be honest. I'm with you guys. I'm not totally intrigued by the ransom notes, because I don't believe personally that they're from the real kidnapper. Though I could totally be wrong, because the more I listen to Harvey Levin, the more I
again. But if you're making these ransom notes and you're not the kidnapper, you're putting yourself in a lot of danger, putting yourself out there like that. You're going to get a fraud charge, impeding a federal investigation charge. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot to be pouncing on there.
I think he's starting to believe that they actually are from the hostage taker. But we'll get to those in 1 second. I just want to stay on a couple of the items that we discussed with Ashley too. How about the change in the timeline on Sunday morning, guys? I talked about this a bit with Chad yesterday, but I didn't get to talk to you other guys about it. It was, as we played from the sheriff, I don't know if you guys heard this, but the sheriff had been saying all week that it was an hour delay, that the family had been called by a constituent at the church. I'm reading here. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has said a congregant called Nancy's family at 11 a.m. on Sunday. This is the Daily Mail reporting. A congregant called Nancy's family at 11 a.m. on Sunday after she failed to arrive at church. And then we played the sheriff on camera.
So that's a weird way to frame it, right? Now that we know what we know, arrive at church, or are they just saying it wrong? Because we know now she didn't go to church physically. She was going online. So is it just a slip of the tongue that they said didn't arrive at church? Or is there something more to it?
This week, repeatedly saying that, putting the time around 11:10, that the family got notified and got over to Nancy's house, either notified at 11:10 or there at Nancy's house. They live only a couple minutes down the road. And then suddenly yesterday, it's completely changed to, no, the family discovered her missing at 11:56 a.m., discovered her missing. And then within 7 minutes, called 911. Now that to me seems like a rather large thing to have wrong, like when the family discovered that she wasn't there. And coupled with the new information that Nancy, now this could turn out to be wrong too, a lot of things have, but that apparently Nancy was not going physically to church. She wasn't going to church. The Daily Mail spoke with a woman who said, hold on, I'm finding my quote here. Let's see, a fellow congregant at Nancy's church, reading from the Daily Mail in Tucson, was initially reported to have alerted her family that she failed to attend the morning service on Sunday. Curiously, however, a source has now told the Daily Mail that the elderly mother of the Today Show host had not been at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church for years. Ever since the COVID pandemic, she has been worshiping online. It is understood that St. Andrews did not have a large-scale Zoom call for online viewing as some religious organizations do. Instead, the church's 9 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. services on Sunday are live streamed, and it is impossible for other participants to know who else is watching.
That's a new one to me. So it's impossible to know who else is watching. So my theory there about her not arriving at church or people not being able to tell that she wasn't online, now I don't know what to think. So why would anyone think anything if there's no way for her to tell? No way for them to tell she's there. She doesn't go in person. How does anyone know anything? Now it's getting even more fishy to me.
Now, the church responded by saying, all we can tell you is that Nancy has been a member here for many years. She is part of our community and we love her, said Ed Coates, administrative assistant at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. Quote, we're praying for her. And that's really all we have to say right now. I'm sure the media will know before we will, you know, how the story unfolds, but we are praying for her safety and praying for her family. So this was her church. The Daily Mail and also Brian Entin reporting that she had not been to this church physically for years. So how could a congregant have noticed she wasn't there and called the family to report it on Sunday morning?
You know, whenever I hear these things, Megyn, first of all, this timeline, I'm looking at it as you're talking, I'm going through it, and it's a little odd. The timeline that we have versus...
So I want to rewind this because they said, is there a live chat?
Here. Let's see, a fellow congregant in Nancy's church, reading from the Daily Mail in Tucson, was initially reported to have alerted her family that she failed to attend the morning service on Sunday. Curiously, however, a source has now told the Daily Mail that the elderly mother of the Today Show host had not been at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church for years. Ever since the COVID pandemic, she has been worshiping online.
So the live chat thing, this is what I would say. She'll say, if there is a live chat, I think she said that. Now, she also said there's no way to tell if someone's not there. But wouldn't a way to tell be if they're not chatting in the chat? But let's see. I want to see, make sure I'm not crazy.
It is understood that St. Andrews did not have a large-scale Zoom call for online viewing as some religious organizations do. Instead, the church's 9 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. services on Sunday are live streamed, and it is impossible for other participants to know who else is watching. Now, the church responded by saying here, let's see, a fellow congregant in Nancy's church, reading from the Daily Mail in Tucson, was initially reported to have alerted her family that she failed to attend the morning service on Sunday. Curiously, however, a source has now told the Daily Mail that the elderly mother of the Today Show host had not been at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church for years. Ever since the COVID pandemic, she has been worshiping online. It is understood that St. Andrews did not have a large-scale Zoom call for online viewing as some religious organizations do. Instead, the church's 9 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. services on Sunday are live streamed, and it is impossible for other participants to know who else is watching. Now, the church responded by saying, all we can tell you is that Nancy has been a member here for many years. She is part of our community and we love her, said Ed Coates, administrative assistant at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. Quote, we're praying for her. And that's really all we have to say right now. I'm sure the media will.
So they said it's live streamed, but they didn't say anything about a live chat. And they also said there's no way to tell if she wasn't there. My follow-up question would be, do you have a live chat? Many churches might. But if you have a live chat and someone's not commenting in the live chat, that might be a way to know. But if there is no live chat and there is no way to tell if someone's there, not there online, now there's some fuckery and I don't know what to think.
Know before we will, you know, how the story unfolds, but we are praying for her safety and praying for her family. So this was her church. The Daily Mail and also Brian Entin reporting that she had not been to this church physically for years. So how could a congregant have noticed she wasn't there and called the family to report it on Sunday morning?
You know, whenever I hear these things, Megyn, first of all, this timeline, I'm looking at it as you're talking, I'm going through it, and it's a little odd. The timeline that we have versus the verbiage of the sheriff before is different. And there's some things like the camera detecting or being disconnected and then detecting movement. There's some things there that don't make sense. It could be easily explained, but they don't make sense. But I would like to know who the person is that reported this to the family. Okay.
Who called the family?
Right. Because
yes, same.
If she's not.
This is the important question. Who's the person that said this? Oh, she wasn't here or she wasn't online when there's no way to know. Who?
Known to be there or to be on camera. Who was it that suspected it? Is it somebody that she usually talks to while she's on there and they said, oh, you know, and they're just not telling us that? That would make sense. And perhaps it's that simple. But if the church or somebody's reporting that there's no way to know if she's online, yet somebody comes up with information that she's not there, then who was that person and how did they have that information? So there's these things, and also the timeline of the family. This reminds me again of Idaho, where they found all this crazy stuff, and instead of calling police immediately, they called a bunch of friends over to decide what to do next. And so if the family went there and discovered that she wasn't there, and it took that long for them to notify police, if the first timeline that the sheriffs went over is correct, that is also very suspicious to me. Why you would get there and take that long to call police when apparently it was odd enough for you to go over there and check in the first place.
See, I have been defending the hour-long delay because I feel like I would be so reluctant to involve law enforcement without knowing for sure this is that level of situation. I'd be like, she wandered, let's check on our own first. Or she may have been picked up by a friend and gone over to a friend's house. Let's check out that. Now, the blood on the front stoop makes it all less easy to understand the hour. That takes it, but that's assuming they saw it. Maybe they too came in through the garage, which doesn't take you right over the patio. I don't know. And we also don't know what the scene was inside the house. Was it chaotic? Was it obvious that some sort of struggle had happened in there? In which case the hour-long delay would be weird to law enforcement too, right? It's like, you go to your mom's house and she's not there. That's one thing. You go there and you see like.
So if you're an investigative journalist, what you would do here is, if you can find a way, you try to find out who this person in the congregation was. And you do some follow-up questions like, hey, what the heck is going on here? Now, maybe their name is not released yet, man or woman, but that's the question I would have. How did you know? How did you know?
Tables overturned and a blood trail leading up to the bedroom, you call within 30 seconds. All that's relevant. But I find it very odd.
Can I say this one thing?
He's changed it so dramatically.
One thing real quick is that what I have to guard against as an FBI agent, and the other gentleman can speak to this, or as an investigator, I should just say investigator. I do not get into the trap of offending people because I assume somebody may have done something. And, in the Gonsalves family, when the Idaho murders went down, I wasn't that I was suspicious, but I made the comment that the father, Gonsalves' father, his behavior was very odd to me. So I just pointed that out. And the vitriol that I got because I pointed that out was overwhelming. But see, that is what an investigator cannot do. If the other family members are saying, no, it's not this person or it's not this family member, you have to ignore that, because the potential there is that you are going to look past somebody who was involved. And if you look at anything, you go and binge watch.
So here's a thought. If you want maximum exposure, if you're the people that took her, you do something during the Super Bowl. You do something during the Super Bowl and you make it so big, they might actually interrupt the Super Bowl. They actually did do this. John Lennon's death was during Monday Night Football, I believe. And they interrupted for long, but someone said, I don't know if it's Al Michaels or Howard Cosell, but they said John Lennon has just been killed. So that's been a thing. It happens. And if you're looking for fame and attention, that might be what you do.
48 Hours Mysteries, which has been on for 30, 40 years. And you will see that the vast majority of these things are done by family members. And in a lot of cases, the other family members protest about looking at their siblings or spouses and things like that.
And keep in mind, we got Savannah staying with her sister right now as well. Isn't that, Megyn, what we...
Clearly, Savannah believes in her sister and her brother-in-law. I mean, I think that's obvious. She wouldn't be staying at that house otherwise. And look, we don't know them at all. They may be completely lovely people. And, this is like crazy to be even looked at. But the reality is if a loved one dies or is missing under very mysterious circumstances where very clearly a crime has been committed, you're going to be looked at. That's just the reality of it. That's just like, there's nothing wrong with that. That is crime solving 101. And more than likely they understand that. And if they have nothing to hide, I mean, they'd be like, we'd be, which is like, go ahead and look at me. Here's my phone. Here's my car. Ask me anything. Like, I appreciate, look at me, get me off of your radar as soon and as quickly as possible so you can move on to, whoever really did it. And that leads me to the car. We discussed it a bit with Ashley, but that car, I did not like that sheriff's answer. It was very ambiguous. He was like ticking off the things that Ashley had reported without naming her. And he's like, as for the car, that's standard procedure. I'll play it again for you guys. It's SOT 16. Listen to this. No one had asked him a question. He was clearly going through Ashley Banfield's exclusive reporting and trying to like dispute her reporting, but he didn't really. He just kind of said, we're not commenting on that. Or I don't know where anybody got that. The one thing he really did kind of confirm without confirming was her report that they have seized Annie Guthrie's car and that it's been impounded. And here is his comment on that in SOT 16.
The car, the car that was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle.
Guys, I don't even know what that means, because if it was Annie Guthrie's car, it was, I believe, at Annie Guthrie's house. Like I haven't heard any reporting that her car stayed at her mother's home for days until it was allegedly impounded. And I don't know that that would be part of, if it was at Annie's house, that would not necessarily be part of the crime scene in a standard search warrant. So how does that grab you?
I'll start here, Megan. We talked about this the other day. I mean, I think they would be remiss as investigators to not search that car, impound it, put it in the evidence lot, and bring in a team to go through it. I
mean, what would be the reasoning anyway of impounding that car? So it's the last place she was, but what are they going to find in it? For one, doesn't seem like it was the getaway car. So I don't know. I'm not sure what I think about that.
If they had found anything of viable evidence there, forensic evidence, hairs, fibers, DNA, of course, anything related to that, that's off to the lab right now. They're trying to get their comparisons. Obviously, no arrest made. The messaging is complicated and confusing. I sometimes wonder if they're playing 4D chess or we're back at checkers when we're listening to some of this stuff being said. We're not going to even comment on the sheriff and his delivery style. I think he's trying his best. I agree with that part. I'm giving him some room too, like Ashley said. But the car part, I think I'm not going to get too overly concerned about that. I think that is something they had to do. And there's probably other cars they're also looking at. They should be interviewing a lot of other people too.
Why did they have to do it?
Why?
Explain why they had to do it.
Because they're within that inner concentric circle of family members. And that may have been the car that the mother was last driving in, dropped off by someone, one or two people the night before. So that's the last car she was in. Let's see what we can find in there. If it's in the front seat, hairs and fibers from mom, back seat, no big deal. Trunk or rear SUV, then it means something else. So they did it, apparently a consensual search, maybe a search warrant, whatever it was. And so far they're awaiting results, or the results were negative and they're moving on in a different direction.
I mean, the one thing I think we can say, because I'm just thinking about, we think that the time of kidnapping or, disappearance was around 2 a.m., right around there. I mean, the pacemaker stopped communicating at 2:28 a.m. I think it's fair to say if she was taken or, God forbid, killed prior to that point, we would know, thanks to the pacemaker, because the pacemaker does communicate with the Apple Watch and the Apple phone. And as I understand it now, it's kind of constantly downloading information on there. And if you have like an event, it'll show you, but it's constantly collecting information, the iPhone on from your pacemaker. So
which they haven't reported an
if
event.
her heart stopped.
They haven't reported an event.
Right. But I'm saying, like, if her heart had stopped beating,
right,
prior to, at any point from 9:45 when she was last seen forward, we'd know that. We'd know if she were no longer alive prior to the moment that her.
Okay. So that's important too. So a pacemaker will tell you if someone's alive. So between the hours of 9 something and 2 a.m., when the pacemaker got disconnected, it didn't say something. Now, I imagine that information's on the phone. The phone's still there. They didn't take that phone. This is very important, right? So whoever took Nancy didn't take the phone with them. On the phone, as long as they're able to get in the phone, perhaps they could see the pacemaker's information. Okay, she's alive. That's huge, actually, to me. It's huge if they could say she's alive between 9 and 2 a.m. Because some people are saying, well, she might have been killed in the home and then taken. Well, that would prove maybe that's not true.
pacemaker stopped communicating with the phone. So I think we really can, in this case, unlike a lot of cases, really put the time of whatever happened to her, removal from the home.
But again, we don't know when they actually left the home. Just because it was disconnected at 2 a.m., does that mean they left? I'd also be curious how exactly they know that person was there for 41 minutes. How do they know that? On the Nest? Something else? Does anyone know, chat? How do they know that person was there for 41 minutes?
At 2:28, not before 2:28 a.m.
And would we assume that the sheriff
so that-
would come out, or the FBI would come out and say, we believe she is still alive? If they have that cell phone data from the pacemaker and we see that, hey, actually her heart has stopped at X amount of time, would he still be standing in front of that podium saying, we believe Nancy Guthrie is still alive?
No way. And like going in so depth into the ransom notes. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Well, you know who else would know this is they have emergency contacts. When you have a pacemaker, you also have emergency contact, and the information goes to your doctor. And if there is an incident, that is reported to the doctor.
So they're going by garage door? What's 147? What happened 147 again? I forget. Something got disconnected?
But it's also reported to the person who is your emergency contact. And they do these things for a reason, because that's why you have a pacemaker. So if it went offline, who was her emergency contact? And did the signal go to the doctor? And why did nobody call 911? And
well, because I mean, that could just be you forgot your phone. I don't think they would alert the doctor in the middle of the night that like you got too far away from your phone. But that's not the same thing as having an event,
well, that's
like a cardiac arrest.
That's the other thing. If she's being abducted and her heart rate spikes in the middle of the night, and it doesn't usually spike like that, or it stops, that is going to notify your emergency contact and the doctor's office. It'll be a record of that there.
That should be on there. I agree. So I just to me, it makes who dropped her.
Because I was getting hazy on the timeline. There's so much information here. I'm starting to forget some. But to reiterate the timeline, 1:47 a.m. Sunday, her doorbell camera disconnected. At 2:12 a.m., home software detected a person on camera, but the video is unavailable. By 2:28 a.m., her pacemaker disconnected from the app on her phone. Blood was also found on her porch. So I guess that's the 41 minutes. 1:47 a.m. to 2:28 a.m. is 41 minutes. Nancy's son, Cameron, released another video message on Thursday night directed at Nancy's kidnappers. The message was released at 5 p.m., the first deadline given in the ransom note sent to media outlets. Okay. So that's the timeline. Hopefully you got all that.
Off, even though there's been weird messaging around that at 9:48, a little less relevant, because I don't think this is a case where whoever dropped her off, took her then or did something to her then, because I do think the pacemaker would have recorded something between 9:48 and 2:28 that night. We would have seen an event or something. She was clearly.
So the questions to ask would be, can you disconnect the pacemaker without being out of range? Now, Bella, who was in the chat before, she's a surgery nurse. She said you can go for 4 to 7 days without it being there. So I don't know. The more I learn about this, the more I get confused. But also the other point is we don't know when they left. Just because a pacemaker disconnected, does that mean that's when they left too? I don't know.
Still in the house between 9:48 and 2:28. At least her body in some form was still in the house during that time. She had not been taken yet.
They did make a point to say that the
interesting.
son-in-law had made sure that she was safely inside the house. I don't know what that means. And is that an excuse for his DNA to be around that area? I don't know.
Well,
they did make a point of that. That's interesting.
His DNA should be there anyway. That would not necessarily prove anything. Blood or, of course, other body fluids would tell us a lot of his or whoever else it is. But these people, if I just add in here, they really have to start re-interviewing. They probably interviewed him at least twice so far, separate. Start offering polygraph examinations to them.
So again, to reiterate what I said before, if she was killed in the home, the pacemaker would have picked it up before the time it was disconnected, 1:47 a.m. That part's true. What I'm curious about now is range the only reason why a pacemaker would be disconnected? I'm not sure.
Polygraphs aren't perfect, but if done right with the right polygraphist and, the pre-interview, the post-interview, you can get a lot of information from people. So this concentric circle we're talking
Wait, Jim,
about,
can I ask you a question on that?
It should be done.
Can I ask you a follow-up on that? Isn't that dangerous? You heard the sheriff say the family's been very cooperative so far and we want to keep it that way. You say then, would you sit for a polygraph? I'm thinking I'm going to lawyer up at this point because I know exactly where you're going. Maybe even if I'm innocent, because you never know. You don't want to get in trouble.
Well, and that's the law enforcement has to put the cards on the table and say, look, we have to rule everyone out. They may be telling them in confidence, this case is going nowhere. We don't have suspects outside. We don't have phone cameras, facial recognition, or red light cameras, all that stuff, phone pinging off towers. So we just want to go this one more time, and then we're basically done with you. And, I'm from old school. If you say you want a lawyer and you say you want someone to represent you, or you're refusing to be interviewed or a polygraph, I then want to ask some more questions about you. But I certainly want phone records too from everyone and ask them about, all right, well, your phone call to this person, to that person, and even the person at the church, whoever this person was allegedly called, let's get them interviewed in depth, in detail.
Correct. Whoever was allegedly calling absolutely needs to be interviewed. And this is what ChatGPT says. Can a pacemaker be disconnected from phone by being out of range? This is key. Short answer, no. A pacemaker will not disconnect or stop working just because a phone is out of range. This is big. Here's how it actually works. How pacemakers and phones interact. The pacemaker works independently. A pacemaker is a fully self-contained medical device. And this is what Betty, the surgical nurse, was saying. It does not rely on a phone to pace the heart. Even if the phone is off, the phone is out of range, there is no signal, Wi-Fi, or Bluetooth, the pacemaker continues working normally. What the phone is really for. Some modern pacemakers can connect to a home monitor or smartphone app. This connection is used only for monitoring, such as sending data to the cardiologist, checking battery status, logging heart rhythm. If the phone is out of range, data just doesn't upload. The pacemaker keeps pacing as programmed. Nothing is disconnected in a dangerous sense.
Maybe a polygraph to them, and let's start throwing these things out there. And there should be another team, of course, working, the alleged ransom note and email, whatever it is, and looking at all those factors too from far away. But that concentric circle, a team has to be in there saying, we're doing this for your sake, everyone, please. And if someone turns down in that family, that request, the other family members goes, well, wait a minute, why don't you want to talk to the investigators? And who knows where that would go from there, but it may lead to a break somehow in the family and someone come forth. I'm not pointing at the family at this point, but do they know someone indirectly, even tangentially, that somehow thought they were doing the right thing and abducted the woman, whether it's a kidnapping or not? We just don't really know that yet, for profit, that is.
Go ahead, Chad.
So I know yesterday, all of us were kind of this timeline and the disconnect that we know that the Ring doorbell, I know, Jonathan, you and I were talking about this, the Ring doorbell was destroyed. And then we get then the disconnect. So I did a little research, and these cameras do oftentimes, Megyn, operate independent of each other. All right. So just because you messed up the Ring doorbell.
It was Nest, by the way. I don't know if that matters to you. It was Nest.
Well, and what I read is that you can disable, break, whatever they want to call the Ring doorbell, let's just say on the front door. And this is kind of the theory now. I'm kind of, because obviously Ashley talked about the back door there. It appeared that there was some type of entry made to the back door. So is it possible when we look at these?
So also, we're just turning off a phone disconnected. Does it have to be out of range, or we're just turning off the phone do the same thing?
Two disconnects was they disabled someone knew how to approach this door to not be viewed or whatever, or it did view them and they just didn't capture the image. They destroy that Nest camera. All right. At that point, we know that is going to be the exit, or we believe that's the exit. Then at that point, they can pull a vehicle to the front door, but the entry, whether they're working with one or two, entry is made into the back. Now, again, this doesn't help with the 40 some odd minutes or however they were inside.
So again, if I have a Bluetooth in my car, I turn off my phone, it can, I guess, disconnect depending, right?
The house. All right. But when they go into the back door to make entry, that is that the other picture that we are gaining from. So that's one thing that
where we had a disconnection at 1:47 a.m. and we had 2:12 a.m. software detects person on cam, no video available.
They could also be hardwired, but they also have batteries. Most people use them for the batteries. The batteries last a long time on these Nest cameras. So it could be that the camera itself was taken offline and moved, but somehow was able to report movement because it was being moved. The camera itself was being moved. So that's a possibility as well. Also,
or there could be another camera. There could be a third, like that. We went back, we did ask and specifically tried to get clarity on the camera issue. And we spoke with law enforcement and they said there was more than one camera.
Okay. So the consensus in the chat is the pacemaker's disconnected only because it was out of range. So then you got to think if that's when it was out of range. And let me see when it happened again. Uh, 2:28 a.m. So about 2:28 a.m. then is when they left.
In the house. That's what they wanted us to know. Like that's how they explained the fact that the Nest camera, possibly plural, were gone. And yet they still had this data that at 2:12 a.m. software detects the person on cam. They said there was
what we're
camera.
doing right now, by the way, Megyn, is exactly what happens when you're investigating something and you have all these different aspects of known behaviors or known things that have occurred at a scene. And then, but you don't know the total picture. So where you have to guard, this is where conspiracy theories come up, is you have to take what you know and put and categorize that or catalog it, and then not go down the road too far.
So here's the thing also. Once that phone's disconnected from the pacemaker because it's out of range, you don't know anything that's happening. Anything could have happened after that point. All we know is she was still alive from 9:47 to 2:28. That's all we know. After that, instantly it could have been done.
Theories of each one of those things, because we're making educated decisions based on what we know. However, what we know about this may have nothing.
The point of the pacemaker discussion is to see if she was alive at that time, which she was. The other point of it is to see when the people actually left with her, to see how much time they have between the time they left and the time people were reporting it. 11 something a.m. the next day or a little afternoon. That time is their getaway time. So that's a long runway there, don't you think?
To do with what actually happened. And that what we're doing right here is really how this works in a lot of ways, is we take what information we have and we try to piece it together or find evidence of the gaps that exist so we can connect those things. And that's where we're at versus law enforcement. A lot of these things don't make any sense. And I think a lot of this has.
The other pertinent question would be, is her pacemaker connected to anything else? Is there hospital footage or hospital data that it's connected to as well? I mean, I don't know the answer to this. Does anyone know the answer? Or is it only connected to her phone?
To do with the sheriff's verbiage.
I'm still stuck on 41 minutes. Why does it take 41 minutes to get an 84-year-old out of the house? And I also am focused on that. There's other DNA that we're having tested right now. You guys know as well as I do, they probably lit that house up in luminol to see whether anybody had done cleanup, to see whether there had been more blood that had been cleaned up, in particular on the inside of the house versus the outside. And they know the answer to that right now, like how much blood was spilled and what other bodily fluids may have been spilled. And is that what they were doing? Were they cleaning up? Were they covering their tracks before they left, or did something more nefarious happen during that time? The blood drops out front. You know, we've had some people who are familiar with crime scenes suggest that the way the drops hit suggests that they came straight down vertically, as if from like a bloody nose, that kind of thing. I'm not sure we know that. I think that's just armchair analysis. We haven't heard like a true blood expert opine to that effect. So we just don't know. Stand by that, because we do have to investigate the notes. And Harvey Levin really revealed a lot last night about what's in them. And they are very clearly being taken very seriously by the Guthrie children. I mean, and they've seen them. So I think those three absolutely believe that this might be the hostage taker and that they might need to negotiate with this person to save their mother's life. And Harvey Levin really revealed quite a bit about what's in there and why they might believe that. That's next. We'll take a quick break first. Be right back with more. Feeling sluggish, bloated, not quite like yourself? Life constantly bombards us with silent patients. That was a question Jim had been asking from the beginning. And we're told by the FBI, same note, 3 different recipients. And now Harvey Levin is offering new details of what was in the letter. Here's a little of what he told Aaron Burnett last night, SOT 5.
The Monday deadline is far more consequential. I will say this, that
So they're talking about the ransom note that may or may not be legit.
they do mention an Apple Watch, as the FBI said, and they do mention the floodlight, the damaged floodlight. There is something else, and it is...
And one more thought about the pacemaker. Once it's disconnected, do you think there's anyone else who might get notified? Is there emergency contacts that might be notified? Friends, family? I don't know the answer to this question either. But does anyone in the chat know?
The placement of the Apple Watch, which has not come out, and if that placement is accurate, I'm sure that is something that puts this letter on the FBI's radar. They went to great lengths in sending this email to us, in making sure that it stays anonymous. I don't know that the FBI is at all close to figuring out where it came from. They began the letter. I don't think I'm giving anything away here. They began the letter by saying that that Nancy is okay but scared. So they say she is okay, and also that she's aware of the letter and the demands.
That Nancy Guthrie herself is aware of it.
Yes.
So that's very interesting, the part about the watch, guys, because one of the questions at the presser yesterday was, okay, you know.
And again, these are all very pertinent questions, right? Well, how does pacemakers get disconnected? Who gets notified? Person at the congregation, how did they find out what they did? Why did they say what they did? There's so many things just aren't so iffy to me.
You're saying in this note, they referenced the Apple Watch and something about the floodlights on her home. Well, you can see the floodlights on her home from outside. Like there are pictures right now on Fox News Digital showing them. You know, it's not like a big news thing. And the reports about her Apple Watch hit, I think, on Monday, like right after this story first became national news. So, and the ransom notes, as far as we know, did not go to the media outlets until, we believe, Tuesday. So the question was asked to the FBI, like, you know, why do we believe these are real, as opposed to somebody who just heard information in the news and then try to capitalize on this family's pain? And the FBI director seemed like, he didn't say, oh no, there's other stuff in the note. He was like, yeah, that's one of the things we're considering. But now you have Harvey Levin saying, no, there was something specifically about the placement of the Apple Watch, which he suggested only the kidnapper could know if the placement of the watch, as described in this note, were correct. You know, if the person, maybe they said she had it right on her bedside table next to a picture of the one grandchild and a notepad. You know, maybe it was something that truly only the kidnapper could know. So that's one of the reasons why he's taking it very specifically, or very, very seriously. There's one other thing. There's 2 other things I want to play, but let's just start there. What do you make of Harvey's take on the specifics of the note?
I'd like to know if that note is, how similar is it to the one that the guy got arrested for? So that first and foremost is kind of sparking my interest, because I need to totally.
This is a very good question. So he's saying there was a note someone got arrested for because they know that's fake. how similar is this note to the one that's fake? Because again, we don't know. We only know the note. I don't think we saw anything. They just told us about it. So how would the person that is trying to copycat it, how would they know? They wouldn't be able to, right? So this is a very good question.
Rule that guy out for everything else, which law enforcement may have done that already. But the specific...
They're saying they're not related.
Okay. I mean, look, I think the FBI is doing what they should be doing first and foremost, which is taking it seriously. It doesn't mean it's real. It means they're taking it seriously because they don't know if it's not real. And so, you know, how much do people vary in where they put their watches? Or did they put the watch in a certain place and then mention that? You know, I don't know that. And so I think speculating on the reality or the realism of these notes, even though they sound very compelling, it may not be anything, or it may be, again, Megyn, 41 minutes in a home before you abduct.
So someone in the chat said the fake ones were texts. Did you send the Bitcoin yet? And what's the other one here? Fake one was 2 texts. Did you send the Bitcoin yet? And 2, I'm waiting for you to deposit it. So it's just text was the fake. Okay.
Somebody, it just may be the fact that people who were in there know her and know that house, and they're using this as a ruse, and they can say these specific things because they were in there for that long, whether they meant to hurt her or not, or wake her up or not.
Wait, are you suggesting like if they took her life and now they're just play acting that there's a kidnapping underway?
It very well could be. I mean, that would not be the first time that has happened. And it would not be the first time that people have gone into if it was a sexual assault, as we were talking about earlier, I doubt that individual that would go into the house and do a sexual assault of that nature of an elderly woman is going to go down the road of this ruse. So those wouldn't be probably connected. But a family member, we have seen in the past where they have tried to send the police down another road, either blaming somebody or some type of ruse. So I could see occurring, especially if the death was not intentional.
Okay, that's interesting. But if you're here still, remember to like the video. Hopefully we can get this video to 1,000 likes. And consider subscribing to the channel if you like live streams on true crime, current events, and I add my experience with narcissistic abuse, mental health, and addiction to all these topics. It makes for some pretty fun chats, and we have a pretty awesome flock of black sheep here too.
We get to 2 other sound bites from Harvey describing what's in the note. Here's SOT 6A to Hannity.
I don't know, but the way it's written, they say this is it. It's the only communication, and the police aren't going to be able to help you. They're that bold saying that. There is a phrase in this email that absolutely makes me believe this person who wrote this, and if they're telling the truth, that Nancy is within a radius of the Tucson area, not in Tucson right now, but in a radius. It could be New Mexico. I don't know how far, but I think at least what the authorities have is they've got a radius, and that's something.
There's a little bit more on her allegedly being in the Tucson area where he spoke with Aaron Burnett, SOT 6.
My sense is whoever sent this letter is based in the Tucson area. And I say that because of a reference made in the letter, a sentence in the letter. It feels to me, reading it, that this is Tucson based. And I think that's a fair analysis based on, my discussions today in the office and just reading this letter. So this doesn't feel like this is somebody out of state or out of the country who hatched this plan. It feels more localized.
And then today on his show, he expanded even further, saying why he believes she might be held in the Tucson area if this note's real. Quote, there is a demand of millions in Bitcoin for Nancy's safe return, and there is a time frame for how long it would take Nancy to be returned to Tucson after getting the money. Now, I disagree with Harvey. That does not mean that this person is not overseas. He could be overseas, and this whole thing is a fraud. He's trying to take advantage of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. He could absolutely be sitting someplace in India doing this whole thing. Harvey's suggesting if it's real, then the person's got her near Tucson, because obviously he's suggesting, Chad, that they could have her back very quickly once they get their millions.
Yeah, and I think what it really boils down to, I mean, if we're just using common sense here, it's not like they took her to an airport or even an FBO and got her on a private plane, right? You got to have an ID, unless you got some, janky airfield behind your house in the middle of the desert, threw her on some prop plane. Probably very highly unlikely. So we can probably eliminate that aspect. So,
serious question for the chat. How many times, if ever, has someone kidnapped someone like this, gotten a ransom, and got away with it? Has it ever happened in history? I don't think it has. Now, the only variables would be with this one, if you can truly finagle it with Bitcoin so that no one can find where it goes. Maybe they think that's their trump card, so to speak, and they can get away with it that way. But outside of that, has it ever happened? I mean, I'm all open to hearing it. Let me know in the chat if anyone's successfully gotten away with it.
So where is she? Does this mean she's right in that immediate area? I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that you would risk getting in a car and driving states away with her in the vehicle, risking getting pulled over, risking getting in an accident, anything like that. I call bullshit.
That's a good point. I mean, how seriously should we take these notes, Jim?
All right, let's break it down in the cases that I worked over the years with some similarity to this one, or certainly I'm familiar with. We'll just focus on the note now.
And so again, this is also true. The government, law enforcement, they're not going to publicize when people actually get away with this. They don't want people to think, oh yeah, you can kidnap someone and get a ransom and then get away with it. If anything, they're going to want to downplay that, right? But in this case, it's already too late.
It's either a hoax or it's real. And I'm sure investigators are looking at both possibilities there. If it's a hoax, it could be for three separate reasons. Just an opportunist saying, hey, I'm going to make some quick money off this, like you just described. They're in India, Eastern Europe somewhere. They have nothing to do with the case. If it's, it could be harassment. Just someone, could be some college kids having fun with this. Hey, I know how to, put these emails together. I watched, Criminal Minds back in the day, and they put something together. Or, and this brings us back now to what is the reason for the abduction? For profit, or is it for a revenge taking of this woman and possibly doing bad things to her? And
chat, what do you think? Is this for number one, profit, number two, revenge, number three, some form of sadism of sorts? So one, profit, two, revenge, three, sadism.
They put this out, as I described yesterday, a POMIC, post-offense manipulation of investigation communication.
Oh, we got a super chat here. So far. Thank you very much for this, Real Tractor. How much bond did the dirtbag get for his fake ransom? None. I don't think he got any, because he just got arrested. But thank you very much.
Lots of syllables. I coined that term because I was seeing these things happening in other cases I worked over the years, certainly back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And it's a whole sort of separate set of letters that people were putting together. So is someone sophisticated enough who took Mrs. Guthrie, then put her somewhere, not still alive and not alive, and said, hey, I'm going to become a suspect. I better put this fake email out to 2 news stations and TMZ. Why TMZ? I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought you meant actually he got money. No, the bond was $20,000, I heard.
But that's probably what the person watches. And that's a clue too about who this person is. So, so the investigators have to handle this as being real. I've never said they shouldn't, but they also have to consider other.
Thank you again for this, Real Tractor. I misunderstood your question before, but the bond was $20,000 is what I heard. And other people are saying 50,000, but why am I hearing 20,000? I'll look it up. Don't want to be giving bad information out here.
Other options here. And I'll tell you what, the family, it's easy for me being objective, sitting on this side of the investigation or actually out of it, but knowing enough about it, they should be demanding as best they can for a proof of life somehow, some way. And if you're a good kidnapper, you're going to provide that because you didn't do this for fun. You didn't do this just for kicks like they did 100 years ago that the two college kids kidnapped a young boy in Chicago. But you did this to make money. So this is a whole failure. If she winds up dead and you wind up getting no money, that you're still going to be held liable for it. So they better be some kind of proof of life that they offer. And then the parents, or I should say the family, will know she's alive or not. But these are all the options and the different sort of silos that the investigators have to look at of what this letter actually means, this email, and how, and its authenticity.
So do you guys believe if the family doesn't get proof of life between now and Monday, which is the second deadline in there, which is the more serious deadline, according to Harvey, I can only guess he's suggesting they're saying that's it for Nancy on Monday. But something much more serious, he said, is going to happen on Monday if they don't get the money. If they don't offer proof of life, which is what Savannah and her siblings asked for, which is what Cameron, her brother, asked for last night. You know, they want to be in communication very, very badly, and they want proof of life. And you know what? I bet Savannah, if she got proof of life, I bet she'd pay the money. I bet she would pay the millions of dollars. I mean, who wouldn't if you had it? So if they don't get it and Monday passes, do you feel like we can safely say this was a hoax?
Well, we can say it was a ruse or a hoax. And so what's the difference there? Somebody is like the guy in California is just trying to extort money from somebody, basically. Whereas if the people who did it use this as a ruse to get the attention away from them, and then they just drop off the radar, I think it's very, very telling. Because listen, there's two phases of this crime that happened. One is, actually three: entry to the house and whatever reason they were there for 41 minutes, removal of the victim or kidnapping or removal if it was a body. And
right. So I was correct. $20,000. Judge ordered him released on $20,000 after the hearing. His name, Derek Colella, was ordered released on bond after his first federal court appearance relating to the alleged fake ransom hoax message. In the Nancy Guthrie case, a judge set his bond at $20,000 and ordered conditions such as not contacting victims or witnesses. It's actually pretty low. Here are the key details from news reports today. Colella, 42, appeared in U.S. District Court in Santa Ana, California on federal charges, including transmitting a ransom demand and using telecommunications to harass. A judge ordered him released on a $20,000 bond after the hearing. The judge also imposed restrictions such as not contacting alleged victims or witnesses as part of bond conditions. There you go.
Then this potential ransom issue. And the ransom part of this is really the most technical aspect of this. So somebody to do all three of these things for the first time ever is quite a big deal. Now, they're doing these in Mexico. The cartels are using Bitcoin now as ways to collect ransom, but there's no evidence that that's occurred over the border, which is not really far from where she lives. Her type of person, the persona that she, or the
Thank you for this, Real Tractor. Probably only has to pay 10% though. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. 10% of the bond. So that's very low. I'm surprised it's so low, honestly.
The person that she is rich and going, had she traveled to Mexico and been kidnapped there, that would make sense. So I just look at this as we're going down a rabbit hole here that has two different types of phases of this crime, and the second one, which is this ransom issue, it's very hard to figure out. And I'll say, I think because if she is there, if the ransom is real, They said 5 p.m. They didn't say Greenwich Mountain Time, right? Which I think a professional would probably say that. They said local time. So that kind of tells me that the potential is that
I don't know if they said that. I don't know if they said local time. Can I just ask you, can you guys stick around for just another couple minutes? I know you're very busy, but I feel like we need to finish this discussion. I won't keep you long. Can you stay past the top of the hour for a bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. We're going to do an ad. We're going to come back with the guys who are going to finish the ransom discussion.
I mean, honestly, I would think the judge in this case would want to discourage anyone from trying to exploit this case. How do you do that? You send a message. What's the message? Bond $500,000, bond like something like that, to discourage this kind of thing, right? You don't want people sending fake ransom notes, because people would think, oh, I can just get bond $2,000. I can blink. I'm better off they'll do like the risk reward. I'm better off trying just to see.
Properly, don't go away. Let's talk about something we all want: real peace of mind. It might start with knowing your family is by Newsweek and USA Today. So why wait? Protect your home today and enjoy 50% off a new Simply Safe system with professional
her wearing the watch online. And that's one of the things I would be doing, LJ, by the way. Those images of her online, I've seen at least one of her with Savannah. I would get my tech guys and hammer that website. Who's been hitting that website? Can you identify any out-of-country IPs that have been hitting that website? Somebody hitting it continuously recently? Stuff like that, to try to contextualize this letter to see if it's legit. Because without something that really tells you she was in that house, there's no way you can pay this ransom, because there's no...
Remember, Adam Smith said, cruelty to the... Well, oh no, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. Remember that. I'm surprised Tony Bruschi doesn't have that on a plaque behind his wall.
way to confirm you're going to get her back.
That's Paul Morrow, former NYPD inspector on Fox News earlier, back now with our panel. So, and that's a really good point, you guys. I mean, truly, like if you're in the Guthrie's position right now, desperate to have her back, you probably would pay any.
Desperate to have her back. Thank you very much for this, Chris Davis. Thank you very much. Data is the key. The door cam is battery, so you will trigger disconnect by smashing or over app. Some will still alert instantly had detection settings changed, recent closed members, or text spoof. Let me read that again. Door cam is battery, so you will trigger disconnect by smashing. Okay, yep, that makes sense. Some will still alert instantly. Okay, that makes sense too. Had detection settings changed recently, close members of the family, or text spoof? Good questions. And thank you for the super chat. Definitely appreciated.
Anything. If the kidnapper would just make clear he actually has her. You can't send Bitcoin or anything else right now. How could you possibly do that without proof of life? Even in your most desperate, that would be absolutely foolhardy, right? Like there's no way the FBI is going to advise them, Jim, to do that.
Yeah, and there's no way a real experienced kidnapper would not be willing to give proof of life.
So we have our surgery nurse in the chat. I have a couple of questions for her. One would be, when someone has a pacemaker, can doctors also see it? Is it only connected to the phone, or is it connected from other things? And is range the only reason it would disconnect from a phone?
It's done in many cases in the past in which I am familiar, and there's just no reason for it. I think a more logical thing right now for the family to consider, and again, we don't know all the facts, and this, where this watch was placed, it was in a dog bowl, hanging from a chandelier in a toilet, that could be something significant. Oh yeah, I left the watch in the house. That's not as much to me important, proving what this is. And all that really means is the person was inside the house and saw the watch. It doesn't mean this is a ransom kidnapping, even if that is the case. What I would consider the family doing right now is putting out $1 million reward. And they will consider turning that over to the cryptocurrency, to the address they were given, if in fact they get proof of life. And let's see what that generates. $50,000 is nice. The FBI put that up, but I'd like to see $1 million or even more as a reward for the for the location of Mrs. Guthrie. And then if we get proof of life, we can transfer that to a cryptocurrency account.
That's an interesting theory this guy wants. He wants the FBI to up the reward to $1 million in the hopes that it would get the people that took her to want that reward. Interesting. And converting that to Bitcoin. Interesting. What do you think of that, chat?
Out somewhere. And let's see what that generates. These people want the money. They didn't do this for fun or an exercise. If, that emphasis is on if it's an actual kidnapping for profit. If it's anything else, that changes the entire paradigm, and there's other factors in there that we've already discussed.
Well, Jim, let me run something by you. Think about this. Because we started off the show again and we heard Ashley talking about the son-in-law. If the son-in-law is involved, is this letter, and if it's from him, is that just a BS letter? Because you would think if the son-in-law went in there to, take her life in hopes of getting, insurance money, getting grandma's or mother-in-law's house, would you go to the extent of writing this full letter?
Well, it's an email. It wouldn't take a whole lot to do it. And apparently it's a real crypto address. I don't know enough about that or how easy it is to research cryptocurrency accounts, but
maybe they would offer Savannah to pay it for them. Oh, hey, FBI will say, we'll offer $1 million, but Savannah will do it. Maybe, just a thought.
Yeah, this happened a lot with other cases I've worked. I had a heart surgeon who was accused of killing his wife, but the police in Pennsylvania couldn't prove it. Next thing you know, these anonymous letters show up to his lawyers. It's different, not a kidnapping looking for money, but these people put these letters together. The nurse in North.
And Bella, do you mind if I put this on the screen? Pacemaker devices with wireless capabilities that communicate automatically with home transmitters, which then relay data to the physician via the transmitter to device Bluetooth Wi-Fi combo. So in which case, once it's disconnected, it wouldn't do that, huh? Pacemaker devices with wireless capabilities that communicate automatically with home transmitters. So I guess we'd have to know how truly wireless it is, or if it's just dependent on the phone to send data.
New Jersey, who killed her husband, chopped him up, put him in the Chesapeake. She put a bunch of letters around North Jersey saying, oh no, the mob did it. Others did it. She got convicted in court. I testified in that case. People do these kind of letters to cover.
Thank you very much for this, Zelda. I'm glad to see you in the chat here. But we got a good chat going tonight. Thank you again.
Their track. They think they're original and clever, but they're really not. There's actually a formula to how these things are written. And just because the person knows where a watch may have been placed, if you're a real kidnapper, you're going to have some real specific information. You're going to have maybe a lock of hair. The case in 1993, the Tuxedo CEO in New York City, these guys lowered down, they put them in a hole in the ground by train tracks. They lowered down a tape recorder, had them talk into it, and then they would put that over an untraceable cell phone, even back then. There's a woman in Norway who went missing. I actually know one of the people working on it. And it was about 4 years ago, I think.
Thank you very much for Real Tractor here. Not that. My Wi-Fi doesn't disconnect to up to a quarter mile. That's far. That's far.
And there's a note left on the table. She was missing. No one ever saw her again, but the note was for a ransom amount. So there are other cases that and phone calls were made in the Exxon executives case, and because they seriously wanted the money. That was the reason for doing this. It doesn't seem these kidnappers are real serious now from what we know. And I want to emphasize from what we know. And the family has every right to ask these questions. It's not easy when it's your own mother or child, of course, but from an objective viewpoint, demand that proof of life, put a reward out at the same time, and you'll transfer it to a cyber account once you get that proof of life. That would be my suggestion.
I mean, how difficult, obviously it's very, I think the answer is obviously very, very. How difficult is it really for the FBI to trace the provenance of an email that went to 3 different news organizations? And also there's another electronic trail there somewhat in setting up the Bitcoin account. I guess. Although I do think they're we did look into that a little when we did our fraud week, and it's like, good luck tracking the Bitcoin, unfortunately. But this seems like it should be within the FBI's capabilities. Like, Jonathan, do you have any thoughts on, like,
Sure.
that? How hard can it be?
Well, it all depends on the person that was sending the email. If they have a system set up like Nigerians do a lot of the times when they do these bank fraud cases, where they are broadcasting the.
I missed this one. You're right. Thank you, George. So John says, thank you for this. Do we not have spy satellites over Arizona doing this? That's what I was thinking. I would think the FBI would have that kind of technology, and I don't know how good it would zoom in, but I would imagine they would see something, and it's got to be pretty powerful in this day and age. So that's what I would be looking at. Thank you, John.
The actual email from a different location. They have a program that pushes it into a different location. That's where it becomes a little difficult for the Bureau. But the FBI and their investigators that are specialized in this, they are really good at being able to reverse engineer any type of tactic that somebody using an email would have done. But again, Megyn, we look at the Nigerians and these bank frauds. These are people that do tens of thousands of these almost on a daily basis. So somebody who has never done, a ransom email before, but maybe they know a little bit about Bitcoin, they're more likely to get caught. Hence the guy in California.
Yes.
Right. So
that makes sense.
I wanted to point this out real quick. This is kind of a bottom line for me right now about where we are in this investigation and some things that they could be looking at, and they may very well be. But what were the movements around that house before this? I'm talking about days before this. We look at Brian Kohlberger. He was around there. I think they said over a dozen times around that house. And then the night that he went to the house, he shut his cell phone off on the way there and turned it back on when he was on his way back home. Those are very telling pieces of evidence. And I would be looking at the family members like that. I'd be looking at their cars, because nowadays you can, the computers in the cars tell you when it was turned on, when it was turned off, put in park, so on and so forth. They can pull that information. And then lastly, that pacemaker could still be broadcasting. And because it went offline, it's still a Bluetooth product. So 10 to 100 feet is the typical distance that a Bluetooth can be picked up. And we do have technology in the Bureau. It has been declassified, but I still don't like to talk about it too much. But they are very effective.
So people in the chat asking, because the thumbnail mentions Trump. We mentioned it several hours ago now. But what Trump said was, according to Brian Entin, he said the DOJ and the FBI told him that there's a suspect that they could have. That's what Trump said on Air Force One, according to Brian Entin. And Brian Entin is a very reliable source. I would not say he would lead us astray. So that's what Trump said, for those who want to know.
At picking up cell information, so effective that they can tell you where a person is in a building if they need to. So I think if she is somewhere in the vicinity of that home, or somewhere where they kind of get an idea, perhaps where an email went back to, they could go with this specific equipment and potentially, if they got close enough, still find the broadcast from that pacemaker, but they'd have to be very close.
Amazing. Can you imagine, Jonathan, if they're walking around the Tucson area with her phone, waiting for it, like with the Bluetooth on, waiting for it to connect to something, just walking in front of as many houses as they possibly can in areas that, look sketchy, or like a place you might hide somebody. And if it actually were to connect, that would be absolutely stunning and miraculous. And we pray, we're all praying every day that this is how this ends, that they find her, that this isn't a ruse, that kidnappers really do have her, and that for some purchase price or other pressure point, the Guthries can get her back. I mean,
Bitcoin
I'm sure
also,
that's what they're praying every morning and every night.
If there's a way to have a holding account where they could put money into it and say, we're not going to give you this money until we get proof of life. Or if it was the big amount, we're not going to let you make the final transaction until we get her body, but we don't have any, we can't touch it, bring it back, but you can't grab it until we get this. I don't know if that exists in Bitcoin, but if it does, that would be something that I would be looking into. But again,
Well, like an escrow.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Bitcoin piece of it, I feel like it is kind of sophisticated. I feel like, if this were a family member, obviously Savannah's worldly and all that, but like, I don't think her siblings are as worldly. The brother's a fighter jet pilot and doesn't seem to have, he was late to even get out to Tucson. The sister Annie and her husband, they seem like working class people. She's a poet. The husband's part-time middle school teacher and plays drums in a band. Unlike the Nigerians, I don't think that they would necessarily have the sophistication to like craft the email thing and like hold tough and like do the crypto account that's untraceable and get the email that's untraceable. That guy out in California got caught because he was, a Nimrod. He used some service that will change your phone number and make it look like you're not calling from your phone. And then they traced the fake phone number back to some account that had his email attached to it. And they're like, oh, hello, we know exactly who it is. So he was a dope. He was a stupid criminal. But the people setting up this whole Bitcoin thing don't seem like unsophisticated people. They seem to me more like people who've probably done this before.
So that could be.
And when we did our fraud week,
that could be Nigerian.
We learned
groups.
that these people they operate like serious frauds. Like the guy who tried to defraud me and my husband and my husband's mom.
Wouldn't that be interesting if these people are from India, Nigeria, or some other island, Cayman Islands? They're trying to exploit this, and they're the ones that did it. And then maybe they send it, and they're gone, baby, gone. They're gone. Maybe they could get away with it. But the person who actually took Nancy, I don't think they're getting away with anything.
They had a cast of characters playing actors, like different parts. They had different phone numbers set up to like, you can call here. This is the courthouse. So you can verify they're there. This is another number. We spoke to several different people who were involved. There was an actress who had changed her voice to sound like my sister-in-law. It was like crazy how elaborate it was. So this, first of all, they have absolutely no feelings and would in a second try to hurt Savannah and her.
So the question also I'd want to ask is to Anne, where is your husband right now? Is your husband here? Is your husband with you? Are you in communication with him? Because you got to think someone is with Nancy right now, unless she's been killed already and they dumped the body somewhere. But if she's still alive, someone's with her. Who is with her?
Siblings at their lowest and worst moment without even thinking. They would not give a shit. And second of all, they really are sophisticated. And if they think there's a deep pocket and they could get a couple $1,000,000 quickly, they'd absolutely do it, which makes way more sense to me.
That's exactly right. That's the people who could jump in on this and use that are these professional people. That's where the difficulty in validating this. You pay $25 million, it may be going to some Nigerian group that does bank and Bitcoin fraud. That could be the case.
Okay, so wait, so let's just follow that down the line for a second. Okay, let's say we're blaming the Nigerians, but let's face it, they deserve it. Let's say it's Nigerians, okay, just for short form. That leaves
Megyn Kelly is giving me a chuckle.
us with, okay, so the whole ransom thing is a fraud. That's a regular, basic garden variety fraud.
Opportunist people.
Many people have been opportunist, right? Thank you. That leaves us with the question of what happened to Nancy, right? Okay, so now under this scenario, she wasn't taken by anybody looking for ransom because there's been no other demand other than this fake guy in California that we know of. Jim would want us to say that we know of. It's possible they've got something they're not letting out of the bag. Maybe something that somebody showed an AI version of Nancy or a version of Nancy that led the family to say, images can be easily manipulated, so can voices. Please give us actual proof of life. That could have happened behind the scenes and none of us knows about it.
Makes that 41 minutes seem a lot more
true.
Interesting, doesn't it?
But the family continues to say, both Cameron and Savannah and Annie the day before, we need proof of life and we need to hear from you. We need to hear from you. We need a way of contacting you. So it certainly doesn't sound like there's any person, either behind the scenes unknown to us or the person behind the Bitcoin demand, that's actually willing to engage with the family, to talk to them, to make clear their needs, or to provide the proof of life. So if there's no proof of life coupled with the ransom demand, I don't think we have a real kidnapper making it. I just, like Jim points out, the person, if they're doing that, is doing it to get paid. So if what you need to get paid and you actually have Nancy is a picture of Nancy, you're going to find a way to give it. You found a way to set up the Bitcoin. You found a way to set up the email that's undetectable. How hard can it be to set up an undetectable, like a Polaroid picture of Nancy and send it? So that leaves us with the question of what happened to her. Like, somebody didn't just kidnap her for fun. You're like, let's just kidnap Nancy and like never give her back. Like, that'll be a good time. You know, it's not like a baby where like they get kidnapped and they can get sold. You know, there's a black market for babies or, you know, for young children, get sold into sex trafficking. It's horrid. But those are things that happen. There's no like.
So here's what you would do though. So I'm pretty well versed in cryptocurrency. You would get the Bitcoin, but then you would instantly disperse it to several accounts. And then you would trade it to other coins. And the more transactions you do, and sometimes these transactions can be private, they can't be seen, or some coins are privacy coins, so you might not be able to see where it goes. That's what I would do. If I was asking for a Bitcoin ransom, that's what I would do. Now, as some mentioned in the chat, yeah, Bitcoin has just dropped a good chunk. I think it's 70-something thousand right now, but not that long ago, it was in the 80s and then 90s. And the all-time high of this cycle was 120-something.
Market for 84-year-old elderly women with heart problems where they're, I don't mean this in the cruelest sense that it sounds, but like where they can't do any good for anybody. You know, they can't be used in a way that's sellable.
No value.
Yeah.
So what is her
monetary?
monetary
what does that
value?
mean?
Monetary.
So
So
then,
what-
Yeah,
then
of course,
why?
of course.
Yeah. So what is her value, and who does that value belong to? So that
Trump only knows what the DOJ and the FBI has said to him. And he is saying they said there could be a suspect. That's what Trump said. That's what Brian Entin is reporting Trump said. I trust Brian Entin more than I trust Trump.
that is the question that you now have to ask. If it's not a ransom, then who has a motive, either value in the way of something they'll inherit, or because they have an emotional need to get rid of her through anger or some
Okay,
kind of
so but
sacrifice.
just before we even get to that, Jonathan, what we're saying is if there's no kidnapper, then this is a murder. That's what we're saying. No one's just going to kidnap.
Well, Cookie, Bitcoin itself can be tracked. But then once you start trading it to other coins, sending it to exchanges and all sorts of things, I mean, they would have to start blacklisting addresses. And honestly, this is a thing where the black hats, the bad actors, they know more a lot of times than the good people. And then this could be a case of that.
And keep her alive for
None
no
of us
reason.
can think of an. Yes, no one here can think of an alternate purpose.
Hence the removal.
For an 84-year-old woman.
Hence a removal, not a kidnapping, which would also, if she was deceased inside the house and her heart is no longer beating, you may only have droplets of blood, not somebody bleeding. And so that's a big difference as well. There would be blood potentially where the injury occurred, or maybe she just died, because of her heart issue. But there could be some blood. But you would not see blood a long ways. Once a heart stops, the heart the pumping stops.
But wouldn't that be on the pacemaker? The pacemaker was communicating with the phone until 2:28 a.m. So the phone, which they don't have Nancy, but they have the phone and the app's data up till 2:28 a.m. that morning. Wouldn't they see her heart is no longer beating? So I feel like that's the argument against Nancy was murdered in the home.
That's why understanding
the 2:28.
That's why understanding what if there
cutoff
was
tells
an
us
issue,
she was alive.
If there was an issue that pacemaker was reporting increased heart rate, something that was an incident that was occurring before it went offline, that is an important part of this, because then you would see that she was actually assaulted or she was awakened. And if that's closer to the beginning of that 41 minutes or at the end of the 41 minutes, that may be telling one way or the other of how they reacted at that point, if that makes sense.
Okay, but yes, but back to my point, don't you agree if they had killed Nancy in the home, we would know it thanks to that pacemaker, which was communicating with the phone up to 2:28 a.m.
And I agree with this, right? If she was killed between 9:47 and 1 or 2, whatever it is, 28, we would know. The pacemaker would know it, right? Wherever it was being detected. The phone, I guess.
Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, so Megyn, I'm just looking it up, and it says for data transmission to a smartphone app, pacemakers generally need to be within recommended distance between 1 meter to ensure a stable.
I mean, what our information was, it's like 30 feet that they'll stop. Like if you get out about 30 feet away from your phone, your pacemaker will stop.
Which isn't very far.
No, but my point is like, well, what's your point? I mean, do you think? I feel like if Nancy had been killed in that house prior to 2:28 a.m., we'd know, thanks to the pacemaker.
And that's what I'm getting at, and I agree with that. If she was,
I agree with this. She was not killed before that time.
Murdered in that house, and her cell phone is there, that data should. If we see a heart stoppage during that 40-minute time frame, I feel like it would be on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
And the crime scene would reflect it too.
Sure.
Yep. And we don't know whether it does. You know, the sheriff is being pretty good about not saying anything about the crime scene, though we know there's additional DNA, and he did call homicide detectives first thing. But and maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm not thinking about something with that pacemaker, but I just feel like if they're saying the pacemaker disconnected from the phone at 2:28 a.m., then that means they were still communicating, which means that the app on the phone would show her.
So 2:28 a.m., around that time, is when they took her. That's around that time.
Her heart stopped. That's the whole point of having the app, is so you can see what's going on with your heart, and your doctor could potentially say, that's be the first thing they would check. Was she killed? Did the heart beat all the way up to 2:28 when the communications stopped? And I'm sure it did. Otherwise, why are we doing all this? Otherwise, why didn't they say we know she's dead? You know, like that. The sheriff's not in the business of wasting the nation's time. So it must have been, she must have been alive as of 2:28 a.m. Her heart must have still been beating, and when it stopped communicating, which means she was taken out of that house alive. And so now that's the next question. If you're not kidnapping her for money, but you are kidnapping her, what the hell? Like what then what next in this case? What would be the point of doing that? To move her to another location to murder?
Well, one thing that comes to mind to me would be if this person is acting alone, it's very hard to move dead weight. I don't care how strong you are. So was that something where they put a gun to her and said, get in the car, and then they took her away from the residence to kill her? Or were they operating in two people to remove her? So that's one angle to look at as well.
What were you going to say, Jim?
Well, if this is a stranger and was some kind of a burglary or some other reason to go in there, we haven't discussed this week yet at all. The concept, I'm not going there, but I'll mention it, murder for hire. It doesn't always have to be someone directly goes and strangles, punches someone like that. But if someone goes there and it's a stranger with no other reason, but maybe a burglary, something like that, there's no reason to take the body with them. Exponentially, you increase the odds of getting caught, arrested, all those things down the line. You have the hassle of disposing of a body. If it's someone known to the person, there may be more of a reason, especially if you're scared and maybe you haven't done this before, to get that body out of there. This body could be just 100 yards away in a shallow grave.
Does anyone think this was a murder for hire situation?
And I'm assuming they've done everything they could around the house. I'm hoping the trunk of her car has been opened. There's cases I've been familiar with over the years. They search for days and the missing kid is inside the trunk of an old car. I'm sure that's all been examined, but it could be much closer to home than we even know. Animal activity will reflect some of that. I don't want to get too graphic here.
And again, FBI closing down the street, closing up the house and making it a crime scene again. What could that be? Could they be looking for something there? Could they be looking for a body? Not impossible. Not impossible, but I tend to think that they went somewhere. That's what I think.
I still want to think she's alive, but there's a whole different set of personality issues that come into play, whether they know the woman, whether they don't know the woman, whether someone else had them go there to do something to her, perhaps it went wrong, and then what is the reason that someone would hire someone to go there to do something bad to this woman? It just boggles the mind, and I think it was Jonathan talked about puzzle pieces that even law enforcement are dealing with. Well, we have even fewer puzzle pieces out here because we don't have all the facts about this. So I think it's our best when I've had investigators come into me at Quantico to do put together a profile or a behavioral assessment of a crime. I'd say, here are the different options that you have to look into, and here are the scenarios that have to play out. And I think we've done a pretty good job today, Megyn, of laying out the different options in that regard. And the police know more than we do, and hopefully they're following through every single lead that we talked about and things we don't even know about in terms of this investigation.
I will say at the local level, and as you know, coming from the local sheriff's office and in investigating home invasions, whenever I hear home invasions, personally, I don't see home invasions in the middle of the night on 84-year-old women. When I see home invasions at the local level that we work, you're involved in gambling, dope, prostitution, something like that, for just a random home invasion. Look, it's 2026. And again, yes, we know that the doorbells were disabled or things like that. A normal, just criminal, this is just called a crackhead that's just trying to break in and try to steal some money. Usually they don't have the wherewithal to do what at least some of the things that are in this timeline, I don't believe.
Well, and as far as we know, nothing was stolen.
Yeah, and so it's incredible what Chad was just pointing out there, and also when James was pointing his things out earlier, is that in all of these different aspects of criminality, there are typical behaviors and statistics that go along with that. A crackhead going in and sexually assaulting somebody is most likely not going to try to bring the person out, and they're certainly not going to try to extort them to this level. Somebody who is going to try to extort for ransom money, and that is their objective, they are probably not going to be this vague, and they're probably not going to linger in the house for 41 minutes. And so you have to look at each one of these potential avenues and look at what is the typical behavior, because it's all been done before. What does the statistics say that they will probably? So
the argument against the hitman is some of this, like someone who's for hire, they would know a little better than to do some of these things. Maybe this is an argument against it. But other people were saying, oh, maybe the family hired somebody, and maybe the person they hired was kind of clueless. Yeah, maybe that's possible too. And when I say family, who do I mean? Maybe the son-in-law.
Do when this crime occurs, and then we need to start looking. The investigators will look at all of those things. And so as we go through these scenarios, it's this is how this whole system works. But when you don't have all the pieces of the puzzle, it becomes very chaotic.
Yeah, very hard to,
and especially for press, when they're doing this, dealing with a sheriff who may be great at his job. But even Moses in the Bible asked God if his brother Aaron could go and speak for him because he wasn't eloquent. This sheriff would be very good to hand off the speaking part of this to someone else, because he's very confusing for the public.
It is confusing. I do want to mention the van. The New York Post reporting that Nancy Guthrie's neighbor, Brett McIntyre, told the Post on Thursday that he reported seeing an unmarked van to the police, who asked him basic questions about what he observed in the day.
Ah, this is new. So an unmarked van by there. And remember the person that Brian Entin was talking to, that woman? She said it sounded like there was people that were casing the area. We never heard anything about that. We didn't hear any follow-ups about that. But do you remember that? That was the person that was in the car, and Brian Entin was talking to her.
Days leading up to the disappearance of her, of Nancy Guthrie. Quote, it was somewhere on that street, I think he means Nancy's. It was a white van, full-sized, with no printing on the sides. It was parked on the street. The McIntyres couldn't recall the exact day they spotted the van. Brett said he did report it to the police. Now, when they say unmarked van, I think they just mean there was nothing on the sides. I don't think he means there wasn't a license plate. Maybe we're too tough on unmarked or on white vans. I have to say, as a woman, I don't go anywhere near them. You know, if I pull into a parking lot and there's a white van there, there's
zero. There's a stand-up comedy routine in there somewhere. When someone buys the white van and it's a used car salesman, or does anyone ever buy a new white van? Could you imagine the surveillance? They probably, oh, what do you want this white van for here? What's going on with this?
Chance I'm parking my car next. And it's like, I grew up in the 70s. That's exactly who's going to grab you. You know, like, you know this.
We were the same way with the Ryder
So I don't
trucks
mean to
after
impugn
Oklahoma.
the white van. Yeah, right. I don't know. It's like, this is shoe leather reporting and potentially police work. Go ahead, Jim.
DC Sniper white van. That's all that they were looking for. And of course, it was not a white van, a blue Caprice or something. You know, something I just want to throw out here. I've interviewed serial offenders in prison long after they've been sentenced and convicted. And you'd want.
Correct. Just because the phone's disconnected from the pacemaker doesn't mean the pacemaker stops. That's why we're not saying she's definitely dead. We're just saying that during the time she was there, she wasn't killed. Maybe after, but not during that time. Not 9:47 to 2:28.
To know about how they chose certain victims and how their ingress, their egress. And there's been at least a few of these guys that told me, sometimes even just taking a confession across the table, you know, why did it take you so long to do whatever you're doing? And it could be something as simple as I saw a police car go down the street. Now, it would be interesting to get the patrol logs of the officers on duty that night. Did by chance anyone an officer go down the street, and that scared the bejesus out of the people in there. And that's why they spent the extra 40 some minutes, you know, in the house laying low. And I'm not saying it was actually a police car. It could have been some other factor, some other car even that went down the street, and that scared them. And they said, we better lay low for a while. Of course, the lights are out and whatever, white van, some other kind of a vehicle. No doubt a vehicle took her away from the scene. And they said, let's lay low and make sure they're clear. So I know we kind of moved past the missing 40 plus minutes, but there could be a very logical reason when they finally identify these people and they would say, well, that's why we did it. That's why we hung around longer.
There has to be video
I want to ask you
of the car going in and going out.
Yeah, go ahead.
At that point in time of the night, there has to be video footage just of a clip of a car so you could even identify the shape of the car. But she.
And again, we haven't heard anything about this in terms of other houses, ring cams or Nest cams or whatever cameras the FBI can zoom in from a satellite. Maybe you get freaking Elon Musk on the bat phone there. Hey, what can you do for us? This is how we saw Michael McKee in the Tepe double homicide. You saw him. How'd they find? They saw him on someone else's ring cam. So we've heard nothing about this yet. And maybe this just means the local law enforcement was in over their heads, maybe. I don't know. But there's got to be something. There's got to be some footage of a car leaving.
She's 5'5". She wasn't slender built. So to carry somebody, you're not going to carry her down the block. You know, they drove there. So that vehicle had to have come there and left. And I just, at 2 a.m, almost 3 a.m, that vehicle is going to be on a camera somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think, but one of the problems with this neighborhood is each lot is about 1 acre, 2 acres, and they're spread out and they're remote, like they're set back. And so it's not like a normal neighborhood, you know, where like you have neighbors, I can see my neighbors, you know, like my neighbors can see me. I think it is possible in this particular neighborhood to sort of maybe get in and get out without anybody's Nest camera or ring camera detecting you, because all the houses are set.
And again, as Ashley Banfield said earlier, law enforcement can lie for the sake of their case. And it's also always possible that they're withholding information. That can't be neglected either or forgotten.
Back.
It could be a bank down the road, though, or a grocery store. I mean, just any cars in the vicinity of that area. You know, I'm in Arizona, and it's a desert at night. There's hardly anybody moving at night. And so, especially in that type of location, if there's any store that has any video at all within, I would even say 10 miles, I would try to pull some camera at that time to see any cars that might have been heading to or from at those particular times. I would suggest that if they haven't done it, they should do it. And Megyn, you know, I didn't work this when it happened, but I was later inherited the case of the 2008 bombing, pipe bombing of the the military recruiting depot in Times Square. A guy rode up on a bicycle at 3 o'clock in the morning, put a pipe bomb on, rode all the way back over to like 32nd Street. And we've never identified that guy. And that's the most filmed place in the world.
Wow.
But we know a guy on a bicycle rode up at that time. And that, I think, would help in this scenario.
I would be remiss if I didn't run the latest, like, Silence of the Lambs thing by you guys. Did you hear that? It is interesting that it turns out Savannah used the exact same messaging in her video with her siblings that we saw in Silence of the Lambs. We talked about it at the top of our first hour. I'm just going to play the juxtaposition for you guys here in SOT 0C.
She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
I'm speaking now to the person.
Oh, I don't want to see this at all.
Subconscious is that conscious. There's no doubt the FBI and the BAU went over their script, and it would have been their words, but they certainly wanted to maybe suppress some items and emphasize others. And somehow, I would like to think someone would have recognized those lines from the movie.
There's a clip from Silence of the Lambs, but you can't play any of that. I don't know how Megyn Kelly gets away with it, but I'm not going to play it.
And again, I don't want to give too much sophistication to whoever the ransom note writer is or the team behind if it is a for-profit kidnapping. But I'm not sure that would even make any difference to them. I give credit. I didn't pick up on that line. I give credit to whoever did doing their research.
Somebody on the internet.
Yeah, good for the internet. But I don't. Maybe someday Samantha, when all this is over and done with a happy ending,
Savannah.
I'm sorry, Savannah. She could tell us who, in fact, came up with those lines. So coincidence, maybe, again, life imitating art, the subconscious out there. It's not untrue what she's saying. I'm sure her mother is a very nice person, Savannah's mother. And hey, talk to her. Again, it comes down to, Megyn, what we said a few days ago, humanize Mrs. Guthrie. Call her name, call her mom, mommy. And that's part of what they said there. I guess it worked with Buffalo Bill. I believe the senator's daughter was rescued eventually.
Right. And Jesus, the body language guy, didn't know, but all it was an attempt to humanize Nancy if she's still alive. So call her by her name and then say mother, mom, mommy. And again, is it a guarantee it works? Of course not. But anything that could possibly help, they're going to do, because why not?
And so, as bizarre as the extrapolation is here, let's hope it works out the same way.
It's not so odd a phrase that it couldn't have just come up again. Talk to her. You'll see that it's not such an odd phrase. It couldn't have just been uttered spontaneously, although nothing was spontaneous in the video. I'm sure it was all scripted. Can I ask you guys about the Cameron video last night? Because I do think it's interesting. Now it's just him. Now the sisters are not there. Now just the brother, who said almost nothing in the first video, has the whole show to himself. They shot the video like basically almost neck up, little lower than neck up, but not like more of a body shot. And that's interesting because it cut off his script, which he was very clearly reading. In the first video with the three siblings, you could see their script. They weren't trying to hide that they were reading a script. But in this one, they shot it such that you couldn't see the script, but you could very clearly tell he was reading, but he seemed to not necessarily want you to know he was reading. Like he was, here, I will play it. Stand by.
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
Any thoughts on why he played such a bit role in the first video, but was the sole player in the second one?
My take on this is, and I may be totally wrong, but he's a military man, and he's a fighter pilot, I think is what you were saying earlier. I mean, that's that's aggressive personality. Yeah. I don't think he was happy with that first video. I think it was kind of a long video, and they looked like they were being held captive reading it. And I think that he or somebody or a group of the family members wanted to do a different one. That's what that appears to me. And the flowery language and the things in the first one, I don't know what the relationship is between these siblings. It's hard to tell, but that appears to me as though that was done with a cell phone as opposed to a camera with a script in front of you, and a little bit more of he wanted to do that. That's what it appears to me.
And Megyn, I brought up the other day the first video. I'm not questioning the brother at all, but interestingly, he wore a baseball type cap that I couldn't make out what it said. He wore it again last night, the same cap, or whenever this was released and done. And here I did get it blown up, and a friend of mine helped me. Saguaro National Park, which is a national park near Tucson, not too far from where they live. Could just be the hat he wears every day, or does it have some kind of meaning? It's actually a physical, geographical location not far from there. He wore it both times in both videos. I'm not putting a whole lot of stock.
So they're mentioning what he's wearing on the hat there. And we mentioned that the other day when we went over the video. Does that hat have a meaning? The location?
Can do it.
Is like a meet. Oh, like meet us here. Is it like a covert form of communication?
You could easily say, "Hey, I go everywhere with that hat." All right, that's it. But for some reason, a geographic location was represented on his hat in the two different family and pleading to be kidnappers, whoever they may be, videos. Take that for what it's worth.
And now he's actually, if we think about it, we heard really Savannah and her sister talk, but thinking about it, he's now the patriarch of that family, right? Dad's not around, all right? Mom and he's the only son. He's the patriarch, and maybe there's.
But what do you think, chat? Do you think his hat had a hidden meaning, or is it just no? That's just the hat he likes. Type 1 if you think it's got a hidden meaning. Type 2 if you think it's irrelevant.
Saying, hey, listen, you're the strong patriarch of this family. You didn't say anything. We want, let's put a video out from you.
I felt like he looked aggravated.
I think he is the oldest.
Yeah, I think he looked aggravated in that
I'm
first
sure he
video
is.
myself.
Well, I think we were just wondering behind the scenes on the first video, maybe they didn't have the man speak too much because, men can be more aggressive. They're more threatening. Maybe it's better to have the softer women, the tearful, soft women say, please, 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 our mom, she's a grandma. We love her. Maybe that works better. And then not having gotten a result, they tried a different tactic, like sort of man to man. I'm here. I am the patriarch, and I'm subjugating myself to you. I'm begging you to be in communication. Like we're all here on bended knee. Maybe they intentionally lined it up that way.
So the meaning on a hat could be, if it's got a location, something about, like maybe meet at this location, or something that maybe that if they think it's a family member, maybe they think it's the son-in-law, maybe it's a covert form of communication to him. Maybe.
So they had like a third in reserve, who could come forward and do his own video. And I don't know what they do over the next few days. I'm sure they're getting increasingly desperate if they have reason to believe that Monday scary deadline is real. I mean, I can only pray that this is all, that he was told to wear the hat, that Savannah was told to use no caps in her Instagram post, that Savannah's language and the way she and her sister were talking were somehow codes for some other kidnapper ransom note that we have no idea about from somebody who has actual proof of life or something that could become like that's. I just feel like short of that, I don't feel hopeful, you guys. Does anyone feel hopeful at this point?
It's pretty shocking how a lot of these cases end up being just simply a bad family member or a bad encounter with somebody. We haven't even talked anymore about the person that called in saying that they're
asking about the hat, though, is not critiquing the family. It's just trying to find out if there's a hidden meaning.
They were worried about the church issue. I mean, it's astounding how many of these cases end up being where we go down all these roads and it just ends up being somebody who's a real dirtbag that did something in some cockamamie scheme that they thought they could get away with, and they just didn't plan through it, and so they end up killing the person. And if that's the case, I think
99.99%.
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't you say?
That's a lot.
An accurate stat off the top of your, I think it's like the vast majority are exactly that. This one's just so bizarre in so many ways. We're hoping for a better outcome than some nutcase got in there and hurt her or took her life. And now we've been led falsely down this kidnapping lane. You guys, you've been like doing yeoman's work on this. We're so grateful to all three of you, and I'm sure more to come. So thank you.
Thank you, Megyn.
Thanks, Megyn.
We're going to be following any and all developments in this case. If there is anything significant, we will come live to you over the weekend. And at a minimum, we'll be bringing you the very latest on Monday. Thanks to all of you for listening. Have a great weekend. Hug your.
All right. That's the end of that. And again, it could be either one with the hat. I don't have a horse in that fight or a dog in that fight, as they say. Maybe it's a meeting, maybe it's not. But if you're still here, I'm tired now. Been live for 4 hours and 17 minutes. Please like the video if you didn't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Please consider becoming a member. That also supports the channel. I'll be doing some members-only live streams once we get to a decent amount. And yeah, I thought Megyn Kelly did a good job. She had a good conversation with Ashley Banfield. She had a good conversation with those three dudes. And we, of course, in the beginning, we went over the Brian Entin videos. Brian Entin said, okay, Trump said the DOJ and the FBI told him they could have a suspect. That's what he said. And he said they also have solutions. That's also what Trump said. But I appreciate everyone's chat. Everyone participation in the chat. I love it. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, Lawrence. I'll be back again tomorrow night. You have a good night, Kat. It's so late where you are. It's only mackerel. You got it, Ellie. Thank you. Thank you, Bella, for your expertise. Thank you, Canada. Thank you for all the super chats, everybody. Thanks for keeping me company here for the last 4 hours. It's like a family, a good flock of black sheep here. I love it. Woo. But all right, I'm tired, but I'll be back again tomorrow night with you all. Thank you, Shannon. Thanks for all the mods. So Shannon was a mod, or basically a mod, but not. And then Song Bits, Livin's not here. Jimmy's not here. But thanks to everyone who was helping me out. Have a good night, Ann. Have a good night, everybody.